Ladies and gentlemen, the Honorable Professor Dr. Nur Hassan, Director of Universitas Negeri Surabaya, Dr. Junaidi Pudi Prihanto, the Vice Rector for Research, Community Service, Innovation, Publication and University Rankings, the Vice Rectors of Universitas Negeri Surabaya, Professor Nadi Suprapto, the Conference General Chair, our co-hosts, the representatives of University Teknologi Malaysia, Okayama University, ESD Promotion Center Japan, and UI Green Metric Indonesia. The honorable keynote speakers, Associate Professor Tony Laughlin from University of New South Wales, Australia, Professor Dr. Riri Fitrisari, the Chairperson of UI Green Metric Indonesia, Professor Hiroki Fuji, the Director of Okayama University, Associate Professor Muhammad Abdul Hadi Bunyamin, University Teknologi Malaysia, Malaysia, Dr. Bagus Mulyadi, University of Nottingham, UK, invited speakers, international participants, presenters, distinguished guests. Welcome to the opening ceremony of the first International Conference on SDGs for Sustainable Future 2024. Please allow me to introduce myself. My name is Cecilia, and I will be the Master of Ceremonies for today's session. I hope everyone is keeping safe during these unpredictable times, and it is such a pleasure for us to meet you in this virtual event. Fully sponsored by the Equity Program of LPDP, Universitas Negeri Surabaya, through the Directorate of Ranking and Publication Innovation, continues to strive to activate programs to support the achievements of SDGs. We appreciate your enthusiasm in participating in the first ICSSF with this year's theme of Enhancing a Strategic of Environmental Sciences and Renewable Energy for the Future of SDGs in Higher Education. It is a topic that's close to our hearts and one that we hope will spark meaningful discussions and collaboration. According to our record, we have more than 50 participants and articles coming from across the globe, joining us in the parallel session presentations. Throughout the day, we have an exciting lineup of speakers, panels, and activities planned that promise to inspire and educate. Before going into our main sessions, please allow me to read our agendas for the day. The first one, we have listening to Indonesian National Anthem and UNESA's theme song, and then an opening speech by our rector as represented by our vice rector, a prayer session, a photo session, and directly into the keynote speaker presentation, as well as a parallel session. Up next, we shall listen to Indonesian National Anthem and UNESA's theme song.
but also to empower them to become catalysts for positive change in their communities and beyond. Through interdisciplinary collaborations, innovative research, and experiential learning opportunities, we strive to equip our students with the knowledge, skill, and value necessary to address complex environmental challenges and contribute to the advancement of the SDGs. This conference serves as a platform for sharing best practices, exchanging ideas, and forging the partnerships that will enable us to collectively advance the agenda of sustainability in higher education. By harnessing the power of collaboration and collective action, we can amplify our impact and accelerate the progress toward a more sustainable and equitable future. I would like to express my sincere appreciation to the organizing committee, our esteemed speakers, partner, and the Equity Program by LPDP for their dedication and supporting in making this conference a reality. Your contributions are invaluable, and I am confident that our collective effort will yield meaningful outcomes that will contribute to the global sustainability agenda. In closing, let us seize this opportunity to engage in meaningful dialogue, cultivate new insight, and chart a course of action that we will pave the way of a brighter, more sustainable future for generations to come. Together, let us reaffirm our commitment to the principle of sustainability and work tirelessly toward the realization of the SDGs. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you for the remarkable speech and also the warm welcome to ICSSF 2024. Our next agenda is a prayer session which will be led by Mr. Hassan to ensure a smooth conference. Mr. Hassan, the time is yours.
Okay, thank you very much. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's bow our head to pray in this moment, so that today's conference cannot smoothly beyond our expectation. I will it using the Islamic way. Please, others can just based on your religion and belief. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين حمد الشاكرين حمد الناعمين حمدا يوافي نعمه ويكافئ مزيدا يا ربنا لك الحمد كما ينبغي لجلالك الكريم وعظيم سلطانك اللهم صل على سيدنا محمد وعلى آل سيدنا محمد والحمد لله رب العالمين اللهم بك أسبحنا وبك أمسينا وبك نحيا وبك نموت وإليك النشور اللهم بحق الفاتحة وسر الفاتحة يا فرج الهم ويا كاشف الغم يا من لعبادي يغفر ويرحم يا دافع البلاء يا الله يا ويا دافع البلاء يا رحمن ويا دافع البلاء يا رحيم ادفع عنا الغلاء والبلاء والوباء والفحشاء والمنكر والسيوف المختلفة والشدائد ومحن ما ظهر منها وما بطن في بلدنا هذا الخاصة ومن بلدان المسلمين عامة إنك على ما تشاء قدير ربنا آتنا في الدنيا حسنة وفي الآخرة حسنة وقنا عذاب النار وقنا عذاب النار وقنا عذاب النار سبحان ربك رب العزة عما يصفون وسلام على المرسلين والحمد لله رب العالمين الفاتحة.
Thank you, Mr. Hassan. We have now arrived at one of the moments that we have been waiting for, which is the photo session. To our distinguished guests and participants, please kindly turn on your cameras and join us in our photo session. To the cameraman, please give us your cue. We have the first slide, and then the next slide, the following slide. Thank you for all the wonderful smiles from all the wonderful people. Before proceeding to the first plenary session, we will have a short break for a preparation time, and we will see you in a bit at around 9 a.m. Western Indonesian time. Thank you and see you.
Sebagai universitas yang berdiri dengan basis kependidikan, Universitas Negeri Surabaya kini semakin mengepakkan sayapnya. UNESA berkomitmen untuk terus bergerak satu langkah di depan demi mempersiapkan putra-putri bangsa yang tangguh dalam menghadapi tantangan masa depan sekaligus mampu menjawab tuntutan global. Memiliki 3 kampus di Jawa Timur yang saling terintegrasi, UNESA siap menjangkau berbagai kalangan untuk dapat menempuh pendidikan tinggi. Kampus utama berlokasi di Lidah Wetan, Surabaya, dengan 7 gedung utama, di antaranya Gedung Rektorat, Gedung Lembaga Pendidikan dan Sertifikasi Profesi, serta 3 gedung fakultas yang meliputi Fakultas Ilmu Pendidikan, Fakultas Bahasa dan Seni, Fakultas Ilmu Keolahragaan dan Kesehatan, serta Sekolah Pasca Sarjana. Kawasan Ketintang yang menjadi kampus tertua, terdapat 5 gedung fakultas yang meliputi Fakultas Matematika dan Ilmu Pengetahuan Alam, Fakultas Teknik, Fakultas Ekonomika dan Bisnis, Fakultas Ilmu Sosial dan Hukum, serta Fakultas Vokasi. Salah satu program yang terus dikembangkan adalah pembukaan multi kampus yang berlokasi di Kabupaten Magetan. Hal ini siap menjadikan UNESA sebagai universitas dengan fasilitas pendidikan tinggi terbaik.
Selamat datang di Universitas Negeri Surabaya. Kami dengan bangganya mengajak Anda untuk lebih dekat dan mengenal tentang UNESA. Kami terus berkomitmen tidak hanya menyelenggarakan pendidikan terbaik bagi tenaga pendidik profesional masa depan, juga sangat berfokus untuk menciptakan lulusan yang berkarakter, tangguh, kreatif, inovatif, dan mampu berkolaborasi pada siapapun, berbudaya yang humanis dengan spesifikasi yang unggul dalam hal seni, olahraga, dan pendidikan disabilitas yang komprehensif.
Selamat datang di kampus para juara Universitas Negeri Surabaya. Terus berbenah dan berprestasi, UNESA siap memberikan kontribusi terbaik dalam mencetak generasi unggul dalam bidang kependidikan dan kukuh dalam keilmuan. Wujudkan ekosistem belajar yang sehat, UNESA terus berupaya memberikan pelayanan terbaik dengan beragam fasilitas yang berkualitas, berskala nasional maupun internasional. UNESA terus berkomitmen memberikan pelayanan prima serta ramah bagi penyandang disabilitas. Didukung dengan sarana dan prasarana yang memadai, lingkungan yang kompetitif, serta terus bergerak wujudkan kampus konservasi dan ramah lingkungan. Mewujudkan otonomi perguruan tinggi yang mandiri, UNESA telah menjadi perguruan tinggi berbadan hukum sesuai dengan Peraturan Pemerintah Republik Indonesia Nomor 37 Tahun 2022. Keberlanjutan UNESA dalam penyelenggaraan pendidikan bermutu terus dikembangkan demi melahirkan lulusan yang kompetitif dan berdaya saing dengan pembangunan program studi sarjana kedokteran dan pendidikan profesi dokter. Lebih dari 1.900 jurnal ilmiah skala nasional maupun internasional karya dosen telah dipublikasikan. UNESA juga mencatatkan namanya dalam Museum Rekor Indonesia sebagai kampus penyelenggara kerjasama dengan 837 SMK se-Jawa Timur secara serentak sebagai wujud implementasi program Merdeka Belajar Kampus Merdeka atau MBKM. Telah terakreditasi A secara kelembagaan, UNESA terus tingkatkan kualitas program studi pendidikan berstandar internasional melalui akreditasi ASIIN dan akreditasi AKAS. UNESA membuka kesempatan bagi seluruh kalangan dari beragam latar belakang untuk terus bertumbuh menjadi generasi berkualitas dan berwawasan global.
UNESA menyiapkan layanan akademik dan non-akademik. Yang berkaitan dengan akademik itu UNESA tidak hanya memberikan peluang kepada mahasiswa untuk mengembangkan potensi dirinya, tetap dalam bidang akademik saja atau hard skill saja, tetapi juga memberikan peluang kepada mahasiswa untuk mengembangkan dalam bidang non-akademik, soft skill-nya.
Aspek hukum, artinya apa yang dikerjakan oleh UNESA itu harus betul-betul punya dasar hukum yang kuat. Misalnya, jam perkuliahan, jumlah beban mahasiswa, jumlah beban SKS, itu kita buat aturan hukumnya yang pas. Sehingga apa kebermaknaannya bagi masyarakat, jika kami mampu melakukan pembelajaran yang berkualitas, tentu akan menghasilkan lulusan yang berkualitas.
Dalam bidang penelitian, UNESA terus berupaya untuk mengembangkan berbagai inovasi, baik di bidang pendidikan maupun non-pendidikan, untuk mengembangkan berbagai macam produk yang bisa dilakukan hilirisasi ke industri. Selain itu, UNESA juga mengembangkan Science Technopark, inkubator bisnis teknologi, untuk mendukung terwujudnya universitas yang entrepreneur. Dan dalam pemeringkatan, UNESA berupaya untuk terus meningkatkan kualitas sehingga dapat mencapai peringkat 500 World Class University.
Sehingga nanti harapannya UNESA punya satu konsentrasi khusus ya tentang hukum bisnis halal ini, baik itu S2 maupun S3. Insya Allah ke depan ya, sebentar lagi kita akan mulai ya mewujudkan ya, program S2 dan S3 kita yang harapannya nanti ada konsentrasi tentang ilmu ini ya.
Tentunya bisa menjadi contoh buat anak-anak muda lainnya bahwa pendidikan itu penting, tidak hanya bermain bola, karena usia main bola itu tidak kenal waktu. Mungkin pada usia 24, 25 ada kejadian yang tidak diinginkan, pendidikan itu sangat penting.
Saya Rafika Amalia, alumni FBS UNESA jurusan Pendidikan Bahasa Jepang. Kuliah di FBS itu lengkap banget karena selain dosennya ramah-ramah, temannya juga asik-asik, lingkungannya asri dan tenang yang bikin kuliah saya itu lancar sampai dengan lulus. Dan juga kita diajarkan mengenai hard skill dan soft skill yang menunjang karir saya saat ini sebagai dosen Pendidikan Bahasa Jepang di Politeknik Pelayaran Surabaya dan juga penyiar di PT Jawa Pos Media Televisi.
UNESA, satu langkah di depan.
the moderator in this first session, the first session, and we are very delightful here to have Associate Professor Tony Lockland as our first keynote speaker. Professor Tony, good morning from Indonesia. It's very nice to meet you again.
Thank you, Ricky. It's lovely to be here. It's 1 o'clock in Sydney. It's a beautiful day too.
Okay, yeah, then it's good afternoon there. Okay, so Professor, so today we are going to discuss many things, and I'm so honored to be your moderator here. So before we start, would you like me to share the screen of your PPT, or you want to do it by yourself?
It might be easy if you do it, Ricky, because sometimes it plays up from my end. So if you've got control, it might be easier.
Pardon me? Excuse me, Professor.
It might be better if you do it, Ricky. Do you want to do it?
For sure. Thank you very much. So before we start, I would like to introduce and give brief introduction about Associate Professor Tony Lockland. So Professor Tony Lockland is an associate professor and also the head of school in the School of Education at the University of New South Wales. Professor Tony is an experienced educator who likes to think that theory should be the plaything of practice. And also Professor Tony is currently leading projects on mentoring conversations on professional experience, teaching also both in normal and demonstration schools, and also teacher professional growth cultures in schools. And Professor Tony got his Doctor of Philosophy in the University of Technology, Sydney in 2006. So without waiting for any longer, I would like to invite Professor Tony to give some insight in this first PARAS session. So allow me to share the screen, Professor, and time is yours. Thank you.
Thanks, Ricky.
Okay, is it?
Oh, that's beautiful.
Okay.
Good job, Ricky. Thank you.
You're very welcome.
Thank you. It's lovely to be talking to my colleagues in Indonesia and also I think colleagues from Malaysia as well today and other countries. It's a privilege to be presenting to my colleagues on this topic. Ricky just mentioned that I graduated in 2006. My PhD, I came from a primary school teaching background and my honours was in science and technology, but my PhD was actually in environmental education. So that's why I've been an interested observer in sustainability ever since. I've been very busy with other roles and I hadn't had always time to do research into sustainability, but I've kept a strong interest in it and I've currently got another project in sustainability in Sydney. Also like to acknowledge that I'm presenting to you today from Gadigal land, which is the Indigenous owners of this land. This land was never ceded by them. It's still their land. It always was, it always will be. My ancestors are Europeans. I come from an Irish background. We invaded and the English, who were our overlords, actually didn't acknowledge that they stole the country. So that wrong has never been righted. And I also want to acknowledge that the Indigenous people of Australia had long-term relationships with Makassar people in Indonesia. So the relationship between the original Australians, our first Australians, and the Indonesian people has been very long. Some people say 5,000 to 10,000 years. So there's a strong connection there. I just want to acknowledge that I'm on the land that I don't own, and I'm just a visitor to this land. Okay, back to this topic here. Thank you for giving me the chance to talk about Sustainable Development Goals. Like I said, I think the UN Sustainable Development Goals are very, very interesting and a very good opportunity to actually align the globe on things that really matter and will probably save us from ecological Armageddon. Today, my area is education, so I might obviously focus on SDG 4, Sustainable Development and Quality Education. And I want to focus on a couple of things. The first thing I want to focus on is the QS rankings. So you can see my university in the background there, and how universities are positioning themselves to Sustainable Development Goals. Then I want to talk about our main business, which is in a school of education. our role is to actually make the schools better. We need to make an impact on schools across Australia, because it's not a matter of just getting a top ranking or earning more money or getting another publication or a Q1. Our real role as education researchers is to share our knowledge and work together to build our knowledge base so that everyone in Australia can achieve educational equity. I'll probably make the case today that we don't actually have equity at the moment across every part of Australia, and then we actually need to do a few things in order to achieve Sustainable Development Goal 4. Can I go to the next slide, please, Ricky? That's it. So my two questions I will address today in the time I've got with you is, the first question is, what is the relationship between the Quadricella university rankings, which everyone's aware about who works in universities? There's obviously a few ranking systems. The QS is the one that we seem to pay a lot of attention to in Australia, as well as the Times higher education rankings. But the QS university rankings, and I want to explore that and its relationship with Sustainable Development Goals. My second question, which I alluded to, which is our core business, what is Australia doing to respond to its failure to meet Sustainable Development Goal 4 in quality education? So I'm arguing today that Australia is not meeting its responsibilities, despite being a very rich and affluent country. We still can't get quality education across the country. So that's a problem we need to address. And as scholars, like I said, as leaders in the university in education, we should be leading the way on this moral issue, that some people in Australia do not get the same quality education as other people. Next slide, please, Ricky. Okay, my first question, what is the relationship between QS university rankings and SDGs, Sustainable Development Goals? Next slide, please, Ricky. Okay, so this, the QS rankings had us at 19th last year. Now, this is very interesting because in most other rankings in the last, say, 10 years, as long as these rankings have been very important, UNSW has been about 3rd or 4th in Australia and ranked about 55 in the world. So we've ranked anywhere between 55 and 75, depending what rank you're on. All of a sudden last year, we reached 19th, which is equal with our partner in Sydney, the other university in Sydney, University of Sydney. So it was huge news. And as you can see, it's all over our website, and we're 19th in the world. Now I just want to unpick what that actually means in terms of sustainability. Next slide, please, Ricky. Okay, so why did we move up the QS ranking so much, and why is it such a cause for celebration? Well, there was 3 new indicators brought in. So if you understand how the QS rankings work, there's quite a few indicators, especially around citations, around staff-student ratios, and H indexes and such. But this, in 2023, they brought in indicators around sustainability, employment outcomes, and international research network. Now, obviously, they played to our strengths here because the university has been on a sustainability drive since probably 2019, which means if you look at that graphic I've got there, or every single building we've got on site has solar panels on the roof, and you say, oh, okay, so what? Most places have got that, but there's been a concerted push to do that. Another way which we tried to improve our sustainability index was to have less travel miles. So these Zoom type conferences are encouraged. We don't really encourage people to fly or attend online like I'm doing today, and that's worked very well for us. The other way we're sustainable is that in our faculty, especially when we order food for catering, it's always vegan. So that's a strong pointer to sustainability indexes, that you're not using meat and using just vegan products, which is less of a carbon footprint on the world. Our employment outcomes have always been good as a top university in Australia. We're a STEM university mainly, which is science and tech and medicine and engineering, and they're generally highly employable graduates across Australia. The last one, the new indicators in the QS last year, was the International Research Network. Once again, this is a strength for UNSW because we're a very small country. Indonesia's, I think it's got 330 million people. We've got about 38 million people just underneath Indonesia, which means that our population is not big enough to sustain our universities. So like everything else, we're a trading nation. We trade our raw products, we trade our mining products, we trade our food and beef and the things we grow. But also one of our biggest imports is education. So people from all around the globe, especially Southeast Asia, come to our campus to study. And we also have a strong proportion of our staff members who come from international backgrounds. Once again, that's not a surprise in Australia, which is an extremely highly diverse, multicultural country, and our universities pay rather well, so it's an attractive place to work if you can afford to pay the rent in Sydney, that is. Okay, so the university here, as you can see the quote, the strongest indicator was sustainability. This is a quote from the website below, which ranks second in Australia for sustainability and 10th globally. That's why we got up to 19 overall. QS states that the component of sustainability in the new ranking evaluates the social and environmental impact of universities as centres of education and research. So like most measures, it's limited. It can only measure what it can ask, but the university used this opportunity to really promote our sustainability. So you can see in the first instance, Sustainable Development Goals have at least directed universities' attention to be not only thought leaders in this area, because University of New South Wales invented one of the first solar cells about 40 years ago. We're still doing a lot of work in renewables, in renewable energies, renewable transport, renewable architecture. We're thought leaders in that. We produce research, but the Sustainability Index also urges us to be, in our practice, to be an exemplary role model for the rest of society. So that's why we need to be good in vegan catering and not traveling and not wasting, valuable fossil fuel resources. Next slide, Ricky. Thank you. So now when I move to the next part of the presentation, I'm saying it's different when you actually have to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. The university really likes to work in this area, which is great. It's a nice place to work. But you can see that in our marketing, we're quite happy to use the number 19 ranking, of course, to attract international students and international staff to our campus. But our role, as I alluded to before, in a school of education, is to actually do our job in society. The country gives us money and resources, not only just for our own betterment of our own careers and publications, that we actually should be making a difference to schooling and education systems across this large country. So my argument around here around Sustainable Development Goals is that it gets a little bit harder, and this is the challenge and the opportunity with Sustainable Development Goals, especially in something like education, where it's not easy to measure and it's not easy to affect change in a large country. I think of Indonesia's challenge as even bigger, from Aceh right across to Irian Jaya. You've got a huge country of an archipelago, and there's lots of pockets of that country and lots of islands where you have to serve different students in education. Our challenge is we've got just as much geographical spread, but not the amount of people that Indonesia's got. So whatever challenges we've got in remote education, Indonesia faces that challenge about 10 times over or 100 times over. So I acknowledge that. Our problem is not large, and we're an affluent country. We should be able to make sure that everyone in Australia has a chance at quality education. But as I'm going to argue in this presentation, that's not the case. Next slide, please, Ricky. Okay, so this is what I mean about Sustainable Development Goals. This is what I like about them, because it actually gives you some blueprint and some details about how you might achieve Goal 4. So I'll quote from the Sustainable Development Goal 4. Education financing must become a national investment priority. So we should see in our budgets that education is a priority and not just a very small afterthought. Furthermore, measures such as making education free and compulsory. Yep. Increasing the number of teachers. That's our particular challenge at the moment. Improving basic school infrastructure and embracing digital transformation are essential. So that's the challenge worldwide. In Australia, our particular challenges, as I'll allude to before, is around getting quality teaching staff to teach in the remote and very remote areas of the country, which are sometimes, 1,000 kilometres away from any other city or town. Okay, so that's, if you look closely there, SDG 4, there are quite strong guidelines on what you do. And this is just one paragraph. There's actually 3 or 4 paragraphs if you go to that website. And for each of the 17 SDGs, as you well know, there's lots of descriptions and points and criteria that we can actually do to achieve the goal. So I like that about the SDGs because it gives you something to aim for. Okay, so my example here, and I'm moving from the university, which is the photo there on the website. I'm now going to talk about the reality. So this was what happens when the Sustainable Development Goals hit the reality of what's happening on the ground in Australia across primary and secondary education. So in tertiary education, the story is mostly good. We've got some high-ranking universities. We're very, very lucky to have many international students, including many from Indonesia. But the story is a little bit different if you apply that quality education criteria to primary and secondary education across the whole country. In actual fact, when the PISA rankings come out every year, the test they do for 15-year-olds, Australia tells a very different story depending on what state you look at. So if you take the result from the top areas of Sydney and Melbourne and Canberra, we're almost ranked in the top in the world. We'll be ranked in the top 3, up with China and Singapore. But when you include the average across the whole country, the differences between the areas, the affluent areas of Sydney and Melbourne and Canberra, and maybe remote Western Australia, which is close to Indonesia, is stark. So our Gini coefficient, which is the difference between top performing and low performing areas of Australia, is about middle ranking out of all the OECD countries. So we don't have the most equitable education system according to PISA, and that really hasn't changed. If anything, it's got worse. So our Gini coefficient puts us at about 13 or 14 and 15 in the world, which is a bit of a shame for a rich country. We should be doing better. Next slide, please, Ricky. Okay, so now I'm going to use a case study to demonstrate what's it like when you apply the rule and the criteria of Sustainable Development Goal 4, quality education, to what's happening on the ground. The case I'm looking at is the provision of universal schooling for remote and very remote regions in Australia. The theoretical base I'm using here is Locke's social contract. So I've conceived of universal schooling, which, as the SDG goal says, free and compulsory education for all students up unto a certain age. That can be seen in Locke's view as a social contract. So we have a social contract as a collective in Australia to make sure that no one is disadvantaged through their education. As I'm about to show you, that is not the case. So in some respects, we've actually breached the social contract of providing universal quality education. We've had a national testing system since 2011. It's called NAPLAN, National Assessment Program for Literacy and Numeracy, NAPLAN. The NAPLAN results are actually published and have been published nationally since 2012. So you can compare your school to like schools, and you can compare the results in years 3, 5, 7, 9. So basically you're talking about 9, 11, 13 and 15-year-olds across Australia. Every single one is measured. Every school, average score in each one of those areas is shown. And then they show the value add. They show the value add between years 3 and 5 and between 7 and 9. Most people in Australia go to a different high school unless they're at a K-12 school. So there are many, many ways of measuring this, and we have the data to show which schools are improving more than others, and which are closing the gap, and where the gap is getting worse. Unfortunately, as we will see, since 2011, there's been a persistent educational disadvantage for students in remote and very remote regions in Australia. So the definition here is with the ABS, the Australian Bureau of Statistics. There's 5 areas. There's urban areas, the large cities of Sydney and Melbourne. Then there's outer suburban. Then there's regional areas, which is like small town, larger regional centres of maybe 200, 300,000 people. The large cities like Sydney and Melbourne probably have 8 million, which is not much by Indonesian standards, I know. And then we have lots of, especially in the States, we've got lots of little schools. So there's lots of remote and very remote schools that are well away from any regional centre at all. So some people have to travel in places where I used to live in New South Wales. Some people will travel 600 kilometres to do their shopping on a Saturday. So they live 300 kilometres away from a major service centre that has hospitals and supermarkets and things that they need. And that's not unusual in Australia for people that have to travel that far in remote and very remote. So in education terms, there has been persistent educational disadvantage, which Ricky's about to reveal with the next slide. Go, Ricky. Okay, so this first graph looks at data from 2016 to 2021 from the NAP plan. So you can see blue is year 3, red's year 5, green's year 7, purple year 9. This graph shows the difference between major city and regional students in Australia for writing. So the Australian Curriculum Foundation don't like to compare directly the major city and the remote areas because the difference is too stark. So it's interesting in itself that they choose just to do a correlation between, in the first instance, major city and regional students. So you can see here that there is, have a look. There is a persistent disadvantage. So from 2016 to 2021, there hasn't been much change. There's been somewhere between 20 to 32 points difference in the writing score and the national test. So you don't need to know really the details of the test. The main thing to look at is that's a flat line. So there hasn't been much of a change. So the difference hasn't remained the same. It was interesting because the government, when it introduced the test back in 2011, said the results would be used to address these types of differences. So you can see that the goal of the national testing system hasn't really been achieved at all. So I'm arguing that this shows that we are not achieving Sustainable Development Goal 4. So just keep that in mind there. We've got a difference, say, between 20 and 30 points. It's flatlining, so it's persistent. Next slide, please, Ricky. You got it, Ricky? There it is. Thank you. So this is between the regional. So the last slide was major regional. So regional centres, which would be cities of say 20 or 30,000, small service centre, maybe with one supermarket, a couple of stores, and remote students, which are possibly living not near a town centre at all, maybe living on large properties like there are in many parts of Australia, rural properties of 10,000 hectares and such. So here's the difference here between regional. So someone probably lives in a small town and might have 2 or 3 schools in the town. There might be one school, Catholic school, an independent school, and a public school. The students in remote areas might be doing school by distance, by online, or they might have to travel a long way to get to school. So differences here, once again, they've been flatlining. So they haven't changed much over the 5 years, 2016 to 21. It's very stark, but the difference here is much larger. You'll see that you can see differences between 60 and 80 points, which is a lot. And I'll explain what those actual raw scores mean in terms of progress in a minute. So just bear that in mind, that the national testing, which was set up to address educational disadvantage, has, as we can see here, the evidence seems to suggest that it hasn't been effective. And so therefore, we're not achieving Sustainable Development Goal of quality education for all. Next slide, please, Mr. Ricky. Okay, here's the analysis of that of these data. The difference between major cities and regional areas is 20 to 30 points, or about 0.75 of a year's progress, so 3/4 of the year. So students in major cities in their schooling, in their writing, are showing that they're between 3/4 and a year ahead. The difference between a regional and remote area is 68 points, as I've just shown on the slide. That's about 1.5 years of progress. So students in the remote areas are 1.5 years behind their peers in the local regional centre. If you then look at the cumulative differences between someone who lives in a suburb of Sydney, where I live, and someone who lives in a very remote area of Western Australia or Northern Territory or South Australia, or even in New South Wales and Queensland, it's between 80 and 100 points. So the gap is nearly 2 years of school progress. So we've got students in year 3 in remote areas who are working at year 1 level, and then more. There is theoretically room for improvement at year 3, but oftentimes if they get to the age of 9 and they're not reading and writing at a satisfactory level, it's very, very hard to address that decline. So that decline persists. So we don't see a huge jump or spike in those results, and they remain 2 years behind. So by the time they're in year 9, they're doing work at about a year 7 or year 6 level, often at times at the extreme, which means that by the time they go to leave school in year 12, they have less chances and less opportunities to go to a university. They'll be much more unlikely to go to university, indeed, if they finish school at all, because many students, because they're not doing so well at a school, are not motivated, and they'll leave to do another job. So quality education is not available for everyone, and parents know that. If you've ever visited Sydney or Melbourne, you'll know that people choose suburbs on the basis of where the good schools are, and people in Australia are quite happy to use their own money, their own salary, to pay a lot of money for their students to go to an independent school with good scores. So, and you're paying somewhere between 20,000 Australian dollars a year up to $40,000 a year per student. So if you've got 2 or 3 students, children, you're up for about $120,000 per year in school fees. And that's all just to guarantee that your student will get a good result in school. If you don't have $120,000 available, in the big cities, you try to get your kids in selective schools. So there is a competitive selective school system, and you make sure your child works very hard and goes to Saturday school and goes to homework school after school, to make sure they pass the selective school test. So that's how competitive it is, because people know in Australia their market behaviour in choice of schooling reveals the fact that everyone knows that it's not equal. Some schools are more equal than others, and as a parent, they try to set up their life for their students. So instead of having a social contract of universal quality education, we've got a system where you need to pay money, or you need to be able to live in the right area in order to make sure your child does the best out of schooling. So that's not a very satisfactory situation in a country that prides itself on offering equality. It doesn't really happen in education. Next slide, please, Mr. Ricky. Why? As you looked at that and you probably thought, a rich country like Australia, only 38 million people, why are they struggling? They've got all that money. Why can't they make sure that everyone has a decent education? Just have a drink of water. We have a system of needs-based school funding, which was called the Gonski scheme, who was our chancellor of our university. He designed a scheme that was based on needs. So because we have 3 sectors, school sectors, independent schools, faith-based schools, and the faith is mostly Catholic, and state schools, public schools, Gonski said, well, we have to stop arguing about whether we need independent Catholic and state schools, and we should be arguing about the students who need the most should get the most in terms of equity funding. So the government promised that back in 2011, along with the national testing system and the My School reporting system, but that money over the years with different governments had been diverted somewhat. So wealthier independent schools and some Catholic school systems have been able to be quite successful in their political lobby and getting a little bit more money to make sure that they retain their strong positions. So you've got a situation where no matter if you're enrolling students, doesn't matter whether you're a government school or not, you get some sort of funding, not funding for every student, but if you're in a rich area and your parents are paying between $20,000 and $40,000 per student, you can supplement that by government funds as well, which means it's very obvious to us in Sydney when we go past wealthy independent schools that are building drama theatres that are almost as good as like commercial theatres. There are gymnasiums and swimming pools and large sporting fields. They look a bit like Surabaya University. They've got very large estates and beautiful buildings and athletic tracks and such. Whereas, and then you go past the public school down the road and they're lucky to have a couple of ovals and a building that may be not in best shape. So once again, it's very obvious to people in Australia, and they know what the market is. They know that there are wealthy schools and there are not so wealthy schools. Remote areas have the poor results, as I pointed out in those slides. They got low average income, so low socioeconomic status, as we say in this country. And not only is access to education difficult, but they've got poor access to a whole range of services. So many remote areas, especially in the summertime like now with the monsoon, the roads are blocked. There is also less access to good healthcare. So, the hospital may be a long way away. There might not be a doctor in town. So when you need healthcare, it's not always there. Fresh food is not always available in many remote areas of Australia. So you're relying on the frozen food and food that's not so healthy. And sometimes they lack a reliable water supply. So during the big droughts in Australia, we have to make sure that some rural centres get water trucked in so people have enough water to drink. So Australia is a very rich country. Underneath, we have some areas that are quite underserviced in terms of basic services, including education. If you regard quality education as being a right for all, it's not available across Australia. The biggest thing we've got at the moment, the biggest challenge is that teachers who are mainly come from the city, so because we're mainly an urban country, if you brought up in a city like Sydney and Melbourne or Canberra, Brisbane, it's not really attractive to go to a rural centre. 3 or 4 decades ago, maybe when I was training, there were scholarship schemes where you could go to the country. So in order, the State Department of Education would pay for your college degree. Teaching was a college degree in those days. In order to pay back your university fees, you would then promise to teach in rural areas. So it was quite a historical tradition in teaching that you did your first couple of years in the bush, as we say, in remote areas. So, and the profession actually cherished that and nourished that. So it meant that many remote areas often got a teacher who was young and might have been a novice, but are also very keen and energetic, and they often did many good things in town, like coach sporting teams or run a concert or run musicals and such. So they actually brought a lot of life to the town. In recent years, the scholarship system's still there, but people do not want to be tied down by scholarship systems because there are many teaching jobs in Australia. It might be very easy to get a job very close to home where you live. So that's more attractive to young people or any people. There are also significant incentives that haven't been working. So I've got a friend who's a principal in one of the remotest schools of New South Wales, and his salary is $223,000 a year. That's public, so I'm allowed to say that. And that's a small school of, say, 200 students. So we're offering that much money for a principal to go into those areas, but it's still very, very hard to find the right people because of those reasons above. Like if you're if you've got a family and students, you think, well, where are my children going to go to school? Will I have available services like a hospital? And oftentimes that's not available, so it's less attractive to move to those remote areas. We have transfer rights whereby if you stay in remote areas, you're then allowed to go to a more attractive area, but that's sort of promotes a deficit view of the areas that are hard to start. So, but it's still, we still have that system as well. So we've got a variety of systems, including pay incentives, often bonuses of $20,000 to move. We have transfer rights or point systems, and also subsidised housing. So the Teacher Housing Authority used to, well, still does provide housing, which means that a younger person can probably do 5 or 10 years in remote areas and save up a lot of money living in subsidised housing. Yes, Mr. Ricky, is my time up?
No, Professor, you still have the time.
Oh,
Maybe there's the other, no, there's the other participants maybe.
I thought someone was going to give me the call.
No. Okay, you can continue, Professor, for sure.
Oh, thank you, my friend. One more slide to go.
Sure, I know, yeah. So should I go to the next slide, Professor?
That'd be great, thank you.
Okay, you're very welcome.
You're a good man, Ricky. Okay, so I'm just using the Sustainable Development Goals. So this is my point about Sustainable Development Goals. It can be a way to give yourself criteria for measuring how you're going in a global sense. If I look at Australia and go, okay, this is what we need to do to deliver on Goal 4. If everyone in Australia believes in the social contract of a universal quality education, which I think they do, not many people would deny that. It's just that market forces have meant that's not currently the case. So deliver on Goal 4, I went through the criteria that I mentioned before. If I start from the bottom, digital transformation is fine in this country. We do have decent broadband and satellite access across the country. So most students, especially since COVID, when they were doing remote education, have some sort of access to a Zoom education or online education system with good resources. So we can tick that one. Basic school infrastructure is good, so you should be able to go anywhere in Australia and at least the building doesn't let the rain in, and there should be good furniture and there should be air conditioning in hot areas. So that's not too bad. We've got funding for that. The next one up is the number of teachers. That's what we need. We've got a shortage of teachers across Australia. We've got a shortage of teachers in the city where I live, which is a popular place to live. So if we've got problems in Sydney, we've got problems everywhere about getting teachers. So we need to work on what makes teaching a valuable profession for people. And perhaps it's not just money. I think there is more values based in it. From my little knowledge of what happens in Indonesia, there seems to be a quite large moral purpose about being a teacher. That means that it's attractive to people to be a teacher because they think, well, they seem to think that they're doing it as a moral responsibility, which is great. And I think we've lost that in Australia with the emphasis on money and rewards and systems. People have lost the intrinsic motivation or sense of moral responsibility of teaching. Education free and compulsory, we do that anywhere in Australia. You can get an education from the age of 17, that's free, and it's also compulsory, of course. And the top one, we're not doing so well. So education financing must become a national investment property. So that's priority. So I referred to earlier the Gonski scheme. So we do not have a current workable needs-based funding system. So the needs-based means that it's an equitable system, which means that those who need more funding should get more funding. We're moving towards it. Our current government have made the right moves about being more equitable in their funding rather than just giving it to everyone who maybe may need it or not. But as we see, politics is always a difficult road to go down, and we just need to advocate more, especially in the university where we should be an independent voice and be able to voice these inequalities, direct attention to it, and then use our voice as a public intellectual to urge that we honour the social contract of universal quality education for all. Thank you for listening today, and if you've got any questions, I'd really love to have them. Thank you. Thank you, Ricky.
Thank you very much, Professor Tony, for your great and wonderful insight. Before we go to the Q&A session, allow me to summarize some of your insights here. That first, you emphasized two things, Professor. The first is about the relationship between QS University Rankings and SDGS, and we can see the strong relationship between these two. And I would like to say congratulations, because UNS University of New South Wales, got a very high ranking, the 19th in the world for the 2024 QS World University Rankings. And that's a very great motivation, especially to us, to UNESA, to catch up with this ranking. And the second, you emphasize about how Australia respond to the failure to meet SDG 4, how to ensure inclusive and equitable quality education and promote lifelong learning opportunities for all. And first, I do agree that the financing from the government or the government support the educational financing should be the national investment priority. And I think that's also what happened the same in Indonesia, that Indonesia government put the portion of 20% of the state budget on education. But we are still, both countries, I think, Australia and Indonesia, first we have the same geographical characteristics that's why before you mentioned about the remote and very remote regions. And yeah, both countries, both Indonesia and Australia, we have the same geographical characteristics that for sure will have the same problem, both in the equality, in the quality of education. So Professor, before we go to the questions from the participants, allow me to ask you my first questions. So here, actually, I have two questions, Professor. Before you mentioned about SDG 4, the failure of SDG 4 in Australia, and I'm quite interested because I think we also have the same problem here in Indonesia. I would like to know first about the disparity. The disparity of the equality in Australia. Is it very wide or very narrow, or how wide is the disparity, and what is the trend for now? Is it going wider or narrower? And the second, Professor, regarding the disparity, most of us here joining the Zoom meeting, most of us are academicians, educators. Yes, we do believe that the governance support is very important, but we as academician educators, we cannot like just sit down and wait, because sometimes it comes but slowly or something like that. But what can we do as educators and academicians to narrow down this disparity for the quality education in big city and remote areas? Thank you, Professor.
Good questions, Ricky. The first one is the gap getting bigger? It is. With many populations, including our First Nations people, the results are flatlining and either getting worse. And there's a couple of things there. It's around financing, as you've suggested, and it should be more needs-based rather than across the board to all schools. The other is there are structural moves, and I once again, I only have a very scant knowledge of what's happening in Indonesia, but there has been a push to the big cities. This happens in China, this happens in Australia. So people want to live, especially as the climate changes. Like, it's been very hot summer for us, and we're talking about some areas of our state where, you know, it's been 48, 49, 50 degrees, and it's very hot and less rainfall as well. So it's meant that it's not attractive to live in remote areas, and people want to live where it's a little bit safer in terms of climate. So there are some bigger forces, which includes the ecological forces, that are almost forcing people to move to certain areas, and that's driven by, we call them sponge cities. So the sponge cities soak up all the small little regional centres. And so cities that used to be 20,000 are now like 60, 100,000. But the little centres around it that had 2,000, 3,000, 5,000 people, they're much less likely to exist, because the services and the good schools are in the major centre, and the farming areas that used to have lots of different, rural farm workers, and now you're more likely to have technology and tractors, but the people are much more likely to travel out to there. We call them flying in, fly out workers, FIFO workers for mining and for rural endeavours. So it's less attractive to live in rural areas and remote areas because it's seen as a disadvantage, and the education disparities just tends to reinforce that, because anyone who's looking to move to a remote area and they have children, they think, well, I think I'll disadvantage my children. So the FIFA stuff is much more likely. So one partner might say, I will go and work in the remote area. I will come back once a month and I'll earn good salary, but you stay in the city with the children and make sure they go to a good school. So I don't think that's uncommon across the world. So I think there's bigger forces, structural forces that are actually accentuating that. And there is a argument for a social contract. There's also some people, and this goes to your second question, Ricky, about academic role. We actually need to shine light on these issues, and we need to make sure that difficult things are discussed. Sometimes in the university and in smaller schools like education, we don't tend to get the funding of science or medicine or the more attractive headline STEM disciplines. So sometimes in our university, we tend to try to do the work of the department. So we get a lot of funding and commissions off the department, which means that we're not always have the opportunity to be the independent voice, to be the academic voice who's fearless and will tell the truth. Sometimes we're constrained in what we can say because our research is being funded by the people who are doing the work. So it's a hard balancing act in the modern university, which we're very corporate, which is why the rankings are important, because we're a business and we want international students and we want to stay afloat. And there's also the original mission of university, which is to generate new knowledge, but also to disseminate new knowledges and also challenge existing practices. I don't think academics and education, more recently, we've been so busy worrying about just surviving or getting the latest publications or research grants. We're not focusing on our general moral purpose. So a reorientation, I'm speaking for Australian universities, a reorientation of our education schools to our moral purpose and our role as public intellectuals, I think is welcome. So we can still work with our partners in schooling systems, but we should maintain our independence at all times. So that if we see that something is going wrong, we should be able to not only point that out, because we're very good at pointing out problems as academics, we're very good at critique, but we need to co-curate solutions. So maybe the solution to remote and very remote schooling could be the establishment of boarding schools, for example. We don't know what the answer is, but we need to be part of the solution as well as part of the critique of what's happening. So it's a big challenge, but we're supposed to be the smartest people in the society, right? We get our money to do intellectual work, so we should be doing the work.
Yeah, thank you very much, Professor Tony. Yeah, for sure. We do hope that can give us the motivation for the educators and academicians how to narrow down this disparity. Okay, so for all the participants, if you would like to ask questions to Professor Tony, you can write in the chat box or you can raise your hand to ask directly. Professor, here we have questions from Buseli. You know her for sure. So allow me to read the questions. To enhance the SDG 4 to provide quality education, in what extent distance learning and online education platforms play roles in expanding access to quality education in Australia? That's how we can, we from Indonesia can learn that for sure. Okay, Professor.
Thank you, Shelley Andari, for your question. During COVID, we really found out the benefit of online platforms because the crisis actually forced us to innovate. So I had a friend and there was government funding, but one of my friends in the department set up a tutoring hall, which was online. So not far from where I live, there was an empty building and they set it up with computers and our teacher education students helped them. And I said, what platform are you using? And are you using Moodle or Collaborate? She said, no, students who are not used to learning in those areas they're too complex, those learning management systems. So they used some very good Apple-based tutoring systems, and they got good results, Shelley. They got good results in improvement in reading. So basically, they were giving students in remote areas a tutor who lived in the city, and they got one-to-one tutoring, like someone in the city would get. Like if you're a parent in the city and your child is not doing well, you get one-to-one tutoring. These people in remote areas, because the school had a very good internet connection, they were doing face-to-face. And who was doing that was our students. So our initial teacher education students did that as part of their course and as part of their learning, but they also got paid some money as well, which helped them. So we are definitely pushing that. And one of the biggest things in this state of New South Wales is the Aurora system. The Aurora system is named after a constellation of stars in the south sky, but the Aurora system is an online schooling system. So if for any reason a student in a remote area, it could be as part of a travelling family, like the carnival people who travel from town to town, it could be remote workers, they can always go online to make sure that they can keep their progress up so they don't have to go to a physical school. So, and many students who live in very remote areas, or many students who don't want to go to school anymore, or many students who are not well, this online backup system is getting stronger. So we've actually, in the last 4 years, we've actually developed our systems to a level where we're showing good results in terms of basic reading and writing and maths instruction. But yeah, so I think that's a positive, Shelley. So I think we should keep that up.
Okay, thank you, Professor Tony. And here we have the second question, and I think should be our last questions because we are going to almost to the end of this session. The question is from Hapsari Penny. How does SDG 4 interact with other sustainable development goals, such as eradicating poverty and gender equality?
Yeah, thank you, Hapsari Penny, for your question. It's a beautiful question. I think on the SDG side, it actually says education is critical to all the other things, but that's something we hear all the time. The education is the panacea. And Bernstein, a sociologist in Britain in the 70s, said education is not a panacea for society. So he was saying education is a microcosm of society rather than the thing that changes society. So that debate always happens: does education lead the change? Is education transformative, or is a quality education a symbol of a quality society? Obviously, I'm an educator, so I have to believe the first, right? If I give up on the goal of being education a transformative force, probably I shouldn't be in this job. So it does, as the SDGs site does state, that education roles are strongly correlated. So education for boys and girls to a certain age and correlates with a healthy and longer life. So across the world, compulsory education for people, boys and girls up to a certain age, is a worthy goal. So we need to hold on to that hope because we think education's empowerment, but it can be if the education is empowering, right? Once people get to a certain level of literacy and numeracy, which should be the goal everywhere, because that literacy is power, knowledge is power, then we need to make sure people can think critically. So we've sort of lost that goal a little bit at the moment, because education, especially in our country, has become very routine and explicit, which is great. But really our goal for equal society is that people learn in education to be critical and to be good thinkers, because that's what we need more than anything. But we also need something that I've learned from Indonesia, that when we have your HDR students in Australia, they're much more collectivist in their orientation. So their thoughts are to help their colleagues all the time rather than just help themselves. So the schooling system is not only for the individual, it's also for building a sense of collective responsibility. And I think Indonesia is well ahead of Australia, and we can learn a lot in that respect. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Professor Tony. It's very great discussion, and actually we would like to discuss more and longer, but due to the time limitation, I'm so sorry to say that we are going to the end of the session. But before I close the first session, Professor, we from the committee of ICSSF would like to give you a token of appreciation by giving e-certificate. I would like the committee to help me to give the certificate. Okay, and we are going to take a picture together, perhaps in 1, 2, and 3. Okay. Okay, thank you very much one more time, Professor Tony. It's very great insight, and yeah, for sure, we would like to see you again in the future, both online or offline. So stay healthy, Professor, and see you again in the future. Thank you.
Terima kasih.
Sama-sama, terima kasih. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, all the participants, we have just finished the first session with Professor Tony. It's very great and wonderful discussion. And now I think we will go directly to the second session, still with me as the moderator. And here in the second session, we have another wonderful keynote speaker. We have Professor Dr. Insinyur Riri Fitrisari, MMSc, as the chairperson of the UE Green Metric. And before we start, allow me to introduce first about Professor Riri. Here, Professor Riri was born in Bukit Tinggi on July 7, 1970. And Professor Riri Fitrisari is a professor of computer engineering at the Department of Electrical Engineering, Faculty of Engineering in University of Indonesia, or UI, and now she is the CEO of the head of Information System Department and Services of the University of Indonesia from 2006 to 2014. And later, she, in 1997, she received her Master of Science in Software System and Parallel Processing of Department of Computer Science from the University of Sheffield, United Kingdom, UK, and again, subsequently got a PhD from Leeds University, UK in 2004. Now she's currently actively teaching and researching in the field of IoT, Internet of Things, blockchain, computer network, protocol engineering, and the implementation of information and communication technology. Since 2010, she has been outstanding, actively involved with university ranking and has been the chairperson of UE Green Metric World University Ranking since then. Currently, she is also vice president of Indonesia Muslim Scholar Association, or ICMI. Okay, without waiting for any longer, for sure we are looking forward to the great discussion and insights from Professor Riri, and time is yours, Professor. Thank you.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the first International Conference on SDGs for Sustainable Future 2024, and I would like to congratulate the Universitas Negeri Surabaya organizer for this second conference. Or last year we had the same conference, similar, but this one is being called International Conference on SDGs. All right, on behalf of UI Green Metric, I will do some presentation on what UI Green Metric is and its works on improving sustainable cities and communities in Indonesia in relation with the UI Green Metric, or we call it UI Green City Metric. First, next slide, please. During the next 25 minutes, I think I will do some explanation of what is UI Green Metric and what do we cover, what is our role in implementing and in making sure that sustainable development goals will be realized in universities worldwide and also in cities and municipalities in Indonesia and worldwide also. So, well, as you see that we started with the ranking of universities back in 2010, and now more than 14 years later, we are still here as member of International Ranking Expert Group. We are the first ranking in the world to cover sustainability. As you can see in this figure, that in number 13, UI Green Metric is the only ranking on IREC list, which is focused on environmental environment. And 4 or 5 years ago, THE impact ranking was there, but it covers sustainable development goals, achievement in universities, and also then KS also put sustainability ranking in the last 2 years as one of their main focus. Next slide, please. Right. So I would like to tell you that for UI Green metric, we're concerned on setting an infrastructure. 15% are geared towards that, and also 21% for energy and climate change mitigation problem and solution in universities. 18% are for waste management, 10% for water management, 18% for transportation and eco-friendly mobility in campus, and also 18% for education and research. Next slide, please. Right. As you can see, at the moment, we have 1,183 universities from 84 countries taking part in this ranking, and the distribution can be seen here. We are now working hard also to ensure that more universities in Africa are going to be part of us, and also previously we had some members from Australia. As you can see here, most of the universities have their own coordinator in each country, so they collaborate and work together to improve their condition in their universities in terms of learning together and sharing together with universities in their country, and also sharing their experience and solution in our yearly annual meeting in different places in the world. Next slide. So this is the trend of the participants. The increase is quite high. Next slide, please. Okay, right. This is most important. Today, I will state that in order to be able to collaborate and work together to achieve SDGs, UI Green metric can be mapped one-to-one with the Sustainable Development Goals. And you can see here that the for setting an infrastructure, it will cover 6 areas, 6 goals. And for energy and climate change, we have 5 goals. For waste management, covering 6 goals. Water management, 4 goals. Eco-friendly transportation, 4 goals. And for education and research, it covers 13 goals. As you can see here, most likely, for example, in Indonesia, we are catching up towards, from some results that we have, many universities are working to improve the condition in which, for example, in SDGs number 3, good health and well-being, as well as from to reduce inequalities. We have to work also quite hard for that to achieve more and better position in terms of the implementation in Indonesia. And also number 11, which is sustainable cities and communities. These are things that I would like to cover also in this presentation today, because at the moment we are working to improve condition in Indonesia and extend this UI Green metric into Green City metric. And it will be shown in the next presentation. Next slide, please. So what is UI Green City metric? UI Green City metric is a ranking for municipalities, regencies, and cities in terms of improving their sustainability condition and programs. And we assess them in the same categories, such as the green metric, in terms of setting an infrastructure, energy and climate change, waste management, water management, access and mobility, and transportation and governance. So in 2023, as many as 58 cities and regencies in Indonesia already participated in this ranking. Next slide, please. Right, you can see here in Indonesia, we have distributed location in which many cities and regencies already take part in our UI Green City metric, and we can see improvement from the last 3 years in which we have started. Last year, we have also meetings in Tual City here, far away near Papua, the island of Papua, in which we know that in order to create sustainable cities and communities, we have to work hard to achieve and help the improvement of the realization of sustainable development goals, which we have to cover actually in the next 6 years to come. Next slide, please. So this is the methodology for UI Green City metric. We cover 16% for setting and infrastructure, 19% for energy and climate change mitigation, and 19% for waste management, 15% for water management, 16% for access and mobility, and 15% for governance. And in this case, governance for budget, program, and community participation is the most important aspect. Next slide, please. So, as you can see, also in UI Green City metric, we also can cover and map the indicator in UI Green metric to the Sustainable Development Goals. In terms of governance, for example, we have 13, we have to cover that through realizing 13 Sustainable Development Goals to be covered. Next slide, please. Right. When we implement this, we collaborate with the Ministry of Internal Affairs of Indonesia, Kementerian Dalam Negeri. And here we know that Indonesian government also try to set up standard called Standard Nasional Indonesia National Standard number 37,120 in year 2018. And as you can see here, if we map between UI Green City metric with ISO 37,120 in terms of energy and climate change, the data that should be covered by cities and municipalities can be seen on the left-hand side, which is the total final energy consumption, the percentage of urban population with official electricity service, which is covered by SNE. But we also ask that electrification ratio and the total electricity usage and its percentage in cities and municipalities in Indonesia. For environment, for example, question about greenhouse gas emission in SNI, we have also question on total carbon footprint in metric tons per person. So also if we map between safety and solid waste, if we have a question on safety and solid waste in SNI, we cover that through setting and infrastructure and waste management issues in UI Green City metric. So actually, we already have asked the availability of safety and security facilities. In fact, SNI is asking about the response time for emergency services from initial call. So this can only be conducted when government have the current standard operating procedure, staff, and budget in order to make sure that the service is always ready for the society. And also for total waste produced, we have total urban waste collected per capita. And for total waste treated, we have percentage of urban solid waste recycled and other indicator that can be mapped. And that is also the case with the waste management and solid waste questions in the standard standard national Indonesia or Indonesian national standard for sustainable city. So it's talking about solid waste and also urban solid waste biologically treated and used as a compost or biogas, which we in UI Green Metric already covered for a few years already. And also for processing organic waste and food waste, and also in waste management, for example, in handling hazardous waste and electronic waste, it's being asked in SNI through percentage of urban hazardous waste recycled. And also for governance questions, we have arts and sport activities in terms which can be compared with the cultural events in each society and community in each city. And also for transportation, total public transportation, and also population engaging in activities, and length of pedestrian and bicycle path, for example, for urban planning and transportation. So as you can see here, some of the standard that is being put to make sure that cities and municipalities and regencies in Indonesia come up to the next level of achievement in providing services to the community, it can be covered here. And the question has been asked actually for the last 3-4 years, meaning that the city can also works with the standard national Indonesia. Next slide, please. So why we are talking about this? As you can see that the Ministry of Internal Affairs in the government law number 58, 2022, it has proved that we need to have the standard urban services in Indonesia, in which all cities and municipalities should have the provision, operation, and maintenance of urban services carried out in accordance with SUP. In this case, there are 3 things that is being asked for each cities and communities. For example, the first one is to follow or to achieve good indicators in urban services and quality of life. The question that we discussed before in the previous slide. And moving forward, the city is supposed to have capacity to be achieving smart city, such as to measure the effectiveness and efficiency of urban services through innovation, collaboration, and the utilization of digital technology. And last but not least is also resilient city. For example, the capacity to endure, adapt, and withstand ongoing pressure and major shocks in the future, such as you know, that we need to have a resiliency towards disaster, and disaster recovery is something that we have to provide to the city and community. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Right. So there are 10 key strategies for implementing sustainable smart city and resilient city indicators in UI Green Metric and Green City Metric context. First of all the cities should have policy and plan, which is put into the grand design of the development of the city and community. It has also need to see and to evaluate the local challenges. Every place, every community are very unique. They have a different way and different culture, for example, that need to be looked into. And most likely, every place have local wisdom And this must be realized and must be put into writing in evidence that all these effort have been put towards improving the cities and communities to achieve better infrastructure for the city and community. And also we have to engage as many stakeholders as possible in the city and community in terms of providing all the system. For example, we need to have a supply chain management that helps the realization of smart city using Internet of Things, for example, and other implementation. And this requires different thing, different collaboration with, for example, with the everyone, for the society at large, and also for the business partner, the academician in the city, and many other collaboration that can be conducted by the city leaders. And also for innovation and technology. When we are talking about smart city and resilient city, we have to talk about budgeting, but not only budgeting, innovative way of solving the previous problem using technology are something that must be learned together by the society at large in that particular society, particular place or location. And also we have to do education and awareness that internet and information and communication technology has provided us many opportunities for education and research, and also implementation, as well as lower cost of implementing technology. And we can learn from anywhere we stay, we are located. And these are many opportunities to bring up education to as many people as possible, as many future generation as possible. Mobility and smart transportation and efficient and effective cost of movement can be covered by implementing this key concept of urban development and environmentally friendly transportation is utmost important. Also for number 7, we have to have a right urban planning to implement all of the work that we do together. And also for air and water quality, we're supposed to manage and ensure that the 3 things that is most important in life, water, air to breathe, and also food storage, food availability should be provided. And that is why this can only be covered if we have technology and people that is concerned more on the utilization of natural resources, utilization of different aspect of technology to create new resources and uniqueness, and also economic value for the community to live on. And also the 9th is the digital infrastructure availability, that is very important. And last is about monitoring and evaluation. And that is why we encourage the use of green metric and green city metric in all aspects of SDGs implementation, because this come up from the monitoring and evaluation that we can do together when the yearly reporting is conducted in each cities and regencies. So these top 10 key strategies are things that we have to collaborate in each city, in which government, business, the society at large, and also the academic person, academic community in that place should work together to realize the achievement of the staging, going to the next level of achievement of becoming sustainable city first, and then resilient city and smart city that uses a lot of digital infrastructure and a lot of electricity, for example, and all the basic infrastructure should be realized by the local government, which is backed up by the ministries and national government. Next slide. Right, so as you can see here, we have so many things in order to teach and to bring up sustainable development goals to be the main idea, to be the main conversation, and that is why we do have an online course on sustainability for students. As you can see here, more than 30 professors from 7 universities in one of our online course are giving their knowledge and wisdom to the next generation in one global online course on sustainability. Next slide, please. And wow, this is the maybe almost last slide. We have so many agendas in Indonesia and worldwide. We have this year our annual agenda will be here in the city of Bogota. And as you can see, in many places, we have already settled the meeting arrangement so that everyone can share their experiments, share their knowledge, and all the information and ideas will be implemented in all cities and communities in the world with the new young generation that is ready and concerned with the Sustainable Development Goals implementation. Next slide, please. Okay, this is the event that I told you before, next year in Bogota. All right, if you want to have a look more on Green Metric and Green City Metric, please have a look into these links. And also, if you would like to learn more on Green City Metric and its connection with the guidelines on implementing smart city and sustainable and resilient city, please join us in our podcast in and Instagram live, and also in our Facebook and website, and many applications, social media application and information that you can share together with all universities, with all communities, and all government in the world, in Indonesia first, and then also for other cities in the world, because we have contacted many universities and many cities in the world. Some are collaborating also to conduct some measures to implement our standards in Green City Metric. Ladies and gentlemen, participants of the Universitas Negeri Surabaya event and conference today, I thank you so much for the opportunity to be with me with UI Green Metric. And please do not hesitate to contact us if you have any questions. And we hope that we can realize sustainable development goals, not only in our universities, but also in our cities and communities in the future. Thank you very much again for your kind attention. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
And also show us the methodology to ensure the validity and reliability for sure. And the later one, which I mentioned about UI Green City metric, which is new and launched in 2022, I think this is very good mapping. And so far there are 58 cities and regencies. So we already have 58 mapping of the 58 cities and regencies of the municipalities or cities and regencies. And here, Professor also show us the 10 key indicators, and we can see all the 10 key indicators are related to the SDGs. And what make me interested is we as the in higher education for sure, we also play an important role in achieving three terms: sustainable city, smart city, and resilient city. And yeah, the process is for sure. We in higher education, we play important role in achieving first the sustainable city first. After that, go to the resilient city and also the smart city. And last but not least, we can see all the international agenda and or the annual agenda in 2024. Be sure to save the date and don't miss it for sure. Since Professor Riri is having another activity after this, then there is no Q&A session for this second session. But if you do have questions, you can directly email to greenmetric@ui.ac.id for directly asking questions to Professor Riri and team. One more time, I will repeat the email address: greenmetric@ui.ac.id. But before we close this second session, we from the committee will also give a token of appreciation to Professor Riri. Please help me, the committee, for the e-certificate. Okay, thank you very much. We would like to take the picture in 1, 2, and 3. Okay, once again, thank you very much, Professor Riri, for the great discussion and insight. So I would like to close this second session and thank you very much all participants for joining us in the first and second session. I would like to give the time back to our Master of Ceremony. Thank you and see you again in the future. Bye-bye.
Thank you very much to our inspiring keynote speakers in the first plenary session, to Associate Professor Tony Laughlin, and also to Professor Dr. Riri Fitrisari, and also to our moderator of the day, Mr. Riki Setiawan. Your insightful words have left us enlightened and inspired. Your expertise and passion have truly enriched our understanding of strategies in achieving sustainable development goals. We hope that you all enjoyed our first plenary session and gained even more insight from the respective keynote speakers. Before moving on to the second session, we will now have a 5-minute break for the plenary session. For the participants, we encourage you to rejoin the main room on time. Thank you and see you in a while. Welcome back to the main event. We shall now step into our second plenary session with our speakers. We have Professor Hiroki Fuji, the director of Okayama University ESD Promotion Center, Japan, and also Associate Professor Muhammad Abdul Hadi Bunyamin from University Teknologi Malaysia. For this session, I would like to invite our moderator, Dr. Lisa Listiana, who will be in charge of managing the discussion from now on. The time is yours, Lisa.
Okay, thank you, Mrs. Celia. Good morning, everyone. So I'm Lisa Listiana, and I will be serving as your moderator for the second plenary session. You'll be hearing two presentations for two speakers on this very timely subject. And for the first part, we will have Professor Hiroki Fuji. He is a professor of Faculty of Education, Okayama University, Japan, and his research interest is in science education, especially in education on school subject and primary or secondary education, science education, and also education for sustainable development. He graduated from the Graduate School of Education, Hiroshima University, for the doctoral program, and he also active in several professional body as a member and also as a vice president. He have many achievements. He also writing some books and papers related with the education, especially for the SDG. So, without further ado, Professor Hiroki Fuji, are you with us here?
Okay, thank you for konnichiwa. Thank you for the introduction of me. So it's my great pleasure and honor to join this important conference, the first international conference on the SDGs for Sustainable Future to 2024. So then, may I share my slide?
I'm sorry, before we get started, let me tell you about the rules of the presentation today. So you will have about 30 minutes for the presentation, and then we will proceed for the Q&A session for about 10 minutes. That's all. Are you ready for your presentation?
Yes.
Okay.
So
you can say, do so.
Okay. So I share the. Then. Once again, thank you very much for inviting me to this important occasion. So then, thank you for the rector of the University of Surabaya and Professor Eko Haryono of my reliable colleagues of the Indonesia. So then, and all of the participants and those who organized this important conference. So in this time, so I would like to focus on the sustainability and the future of the education, the Asian perspectives of the climate change education, which we have conducted in the past 3 years with Asian colleagues of the 10 countries. That reimagining on our future together, a new social contact of education document announced by UNESCO in the 2021 has called for school to become example of the sustainability and the carbon neutrality. And Green Education Partnership initiatives I mentioned later, so launched by UNESCO in the 2022 has emphasized the importance of the integrated climate change education in teacher training. These efforts highlight the transformative role of the education in promoting the sustainable development and climate resilience, preparing the learners to actively engaged with the climate change challenges. The importance of and the agency of the climate change education is unquestionable. Therefore, I'd like to discuss Asian perspectives of the climate change education with focus on its teacher education. The beginning of the climate change education is Article 6 of the United Nations Framework Convention on the Climate Change, where we call it the UNFCCC in 1992. But after that, it's a blank 2 decades. The full-scale effort in climate change education has finally started in the 2010s. The Doha Work Program, adopted of the COP18 in 2012, required that climate change education should be included in the school education and the teacher training. Since Doha Work Program, various reports written by and the conferences organized by UNESCO and UNFCCC has stated the importance and agency of the climate change education. And in 2021, UNESCO's new ESD policy, ESD for 2030, was launched, and the discussion are now focusing on the climate change education. The Green Education Partnerships set out 4 greening initiatives. For example, in greening learning, the vision is to embrace a lifelong learning approach and integrate the climate change education in school curricula, technical vocational education, and training, and workplace skills development, teaching materials, pedagogy, and assessment. And the goal is the number of the countries which include the climate change education in school curricula at the pre-primary, primary, and secondary levels will have at least doubled from the current, that is 45%. In greening capacity and readiness, the vision is to support teachers and policymakers through the integration of the climate change education in pre-service and in-service teacher training, building the capacity of the school leaders and the key education policymakers. And the goal is that all school leaders and at least one teacher per school will have been trained on how to integrate the climate change education into teaching and learning throughout the school. If we focus on the progress of climate change education in schools here, internationally, there is a pioneering project of the climate change education at UNESCO associate schools titled Getting Climate Ready. Approximately 10 schools in each of 25 countries worldwide participated in this project, and it involves identifying the good practices in each country. And this project introduced the whole school approaches to climate action. Another UNESCO project, the Sandwatch, has provided a framework for children, youth, and adults to promote climate change education. Participants of the Sandwatch project has worked together to critically evaluate the problems and conflicts facing their beach environments and to develop the sustainable approach to address these issues. Looking at climate change education in Japanese schools, Asia Pacific Cultural Center for UNESCO at Tokyo has conducted the annual survey of the UNESCO associate school in Japan. So at the moment, at the present, so we at Japan has about 1,000 UNESCO associated schools, all levels of the schools. So then, according to the survey result, 16% of the UNESCO associated schools are working on the SDG 13, climate action. So this is the equivalent of about 100 schools. At least in the UNESCO associated school in Japan, about 100 schools are very active, engaged in the climate change education. Then focus turned to the Asia Pacific. In terms of the school education policy, the climate change education is more explicitly introduced the education policies in Pacific and sub-Saharan countries, which are more vulnerable to the impact of the climate change. Despite their lower greenhouse gas emissions, than in countries in Asia, Europe, and North America, which have higher emissions. In terms of curricula, in Pacific Islands countries such as Fiji, Tuvalu, and Vanuatu, curricula in subjects such as science and geography focus on the climate change adaptation rather than the mitigation. Some countries, such as Singapore, incorporated climate change education in each subject areas, such as geography, while other countries, such as the Philippines, incorporate climate change education, the cross-curricularity, and linking the geography, economics, politics, and so on, with the aim of the fostering the citizenship. In terms of pedagogical approach, in practices in many countries, so approach such as the learner-centered inquiry, experience, participation, and collaboration are emphasized. Such approaches are seen as essential in promoting the changes in learners' attitude and behaviors. UNESCO the survey in 2021 for teachers in 100 countries worldwide reported that less than 40% of the teachers are confident in teaching climate change, and only about 20% are confident in encouraging behavioral change in their students. This is due to the slow uptake of the climate change education in teacher education. And this is no exception in the Asia-Pacific region. However, there are some difficulties in implementing the climate change education in teacher education. First, standard set of the guidelines and the recommendation of the climate change education doesn't exist. And second, a teacher training curricula and overcrowded, and there is little scope of the introduction of the climate change education. And last, climate change education often depends on teacher educators' interest. In order to mainstream the climate change education in schools and teacher education institutions, the first requirement is to develop the school education policy and guidelines on climate change education and promote the introduction of the climate change education into the curricula, not only the science and the social science subjects, but also in the humanities subjects. The second pedagogical approach that encourages the behavioral change in learners, such as learner-centered, inquiry-based, and experiential, participative, and collaborative, and inter- and transdisciplinary approaches should be further disseminated. Last, and teacher education institutions should implement climate change education strategies and develop the educational programs and courses that would allow teachers to gain competencies as sustainable citizens, as well as professional competencies for climate change education in schools. To meet these requirements, we have launched the Asian Teacher Educators for Climate Change Education Network. We call it ATECHI 3 years ago, and we have embarked on the project to create the Asian framework for the teacher education for climate action based on our experiences in the teacher education for sustainable development. This international joint project with mutual exchange of the ESD and the education for sustainable development and climate change education's expertise involves 20 teacher education institutions from 9 Asian countries: China, India, Indonesia, of course, the University of Surabaya, and Japan, Kazakhstan, Malaysia, Mongolia, the Philippines, and Thailand. And the project is a collaboration with the UNESCO Bangkok and the head office in the field of the education in Asia Pacific, and the UNESCO Beijing is the head office of the all field of the UNESCO in East Asia, and the Asia Pacific Cultural Center for the UNESCO, and supported by the Japan Society for the Promotion of Science. Over the past 3 years, leading teacher education institutions in Asia has exercised a variety of the initiatives in building the teachers' capacity to address climate change education. For example, in Indonesia, a collaboration between the Indonesia University of Education and the Surabaya State University has led to the development of the series of the impactful programs focused on the climate change education. Thanks to my colleagues, Dr. Professor Eko Hariono, so his colleagues' initiatives led these good examples for promoting the climate change education. So these initiatives include preparing the teachers to teach climate change and exploring the teaching strategies to include the student awareness and action on the climate change. A notable aspect of this effort is a school-to-school competition named the 40 Days Challenges for Sustainability, which specifically engaged 37 junior high schools, 16 senior high schools, 657 students, and 84 teachers from 37 districts across 11 provinces in Indonesia. This competition successfully fostered sustainability practices and climate action awareness among schools. Additionally, the initiatives extend its reach to the public, inviting the membership from all individuals and collaboration with other organizations, companies, supported by the dedicated website and social media presence at esdindonesia.id. In Japan, my Okayama University incorporates the climate change education into the teacher training in the several departments. For example, in compulsory course on the secondary science teaching method for pre-service science teachers, this compulsory course offered by Science Education Department I belongs. We give a lecture on changes in familiar creatures due to the global warming. A tiger mosquito, a vector of the infection diseases, is moving northward in Japanese islands year by year. Until 1950, tiger mosquito was not confirmed in the North region in the main island in Japan. However, in 2015, it was confirmed in the Aomori city, which is the northernmost city of the North region in the main islands. The rise in winter temperatures are enabling the mosquitoes to survive the winter. This is one of the reasons why mosquitoes northward movement. It's important to learn about the impact of the climate change in some distant countries from global perspectives. But first, more important things is that we are sensitive to the changes in the local communities through familiar creatures. From these perspectives, it's necessary to select teaching materials for climate change education we emphasize. After this lecture, the pre-service science teachers conduct an experiment to investigate the relationships between the activities of chironomos and temperatures. They divide it into groups and discuss how to teach science classes in school, incorporating these experiments. And we conduct a study tour to observe the sites of the biomass town in the mountain areas of Okayama. In the town, bioenergy based on the woody biomass is developed and utilized very much. Through this study tour, pre-service science teachers has a great opportunity to gain a better understanding of the reality of the society and think about how to create science classes on climate change education when they become teachers. These rich experiences led us to create the Asian framework for the teacher education for climate action last month. The framework consists of the 3 domains. So domain 1, integrate the climate curricula and the teacher empowerment, stress the alignment of the educational policies with global climate initiatives. It advocates for integrate the climate change education in teacher training programs, enhancing the curriculum design, and establishing the rigorous teacher certification standards. And the domain 2, engaged and innovative the climate pedagogy, calls for the transformation in teaching methods and materials used in climate change education. It emphasizes active learner engagement through innovative pedagogical methods and blending the global and local climate change issue to make the learning relevant and engaging. And domain 3, so the holistic assessment of the climate action involves comprehensive evaluation of the effectiveness of the climate change education within teacher training programs. It underscores the importance of the equipping educators with both knowledge and the skills to guide the students towards meaningful climate action. And we provide a detailed course of the action, recommending the development of the comprehensive climate change education training programs at the institutional level, alongside expert engagement and integration of the climate change education into broader education frameworks, adopting the whole institution approach. And nationally, it suggests strategic planning of the climate change education, advocating for government backing, curricular development, and teacher training enhancement coupled with the extension seminars and trainings. In Asian regions, we recommend fostering the partnerships among Asian universities, setting up the network for collaboration, and initiating the joint scientific educational project, thereby uniforming the climate action education efforts across Asia. Based on this framework, the dissemination guide, we will further promote the climate change education for teacher education and shape future education from sustainable perspectives. So actually, so that we finished the first phase of the ATETI project, Asian Teacher Educators for Climate Change Education project. So then from next April, we just started the second phase of the ATETI. So then we will kick off meeting of the Kazakhstan to further promote climate change education in schools as well as teacher education. Okay, so thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, Fuji Sensei. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Professor Fuji, for your very insightful and also comprehensive presentation. And also thank you for Dr. Eka, who's a collaborator of Professor Fuji. So, to summarize, the presentation from Professor Fuji is about the implementation or the integration of climate change education, especially for the primary and also secondary education, education levels. And to do that, we will need to we will need some teacher training program, and also we have seen from the presentation that there are 3 points for the climate change education. The first one is school education policy. The second one is about the curriculum, and also the third one is pedagogical approach. So now we will proceed for the Q&A session. And for the Q&A session, I think while waiting the question from the Mr. Eko is Dr. Eko is already raised. Okay, Dr. Eko.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you, Bu Lisa. Thank you, Sensei. Your presentation is very wonderful for me and my institution to support climate change education, especially in Indonesia. Maybe can you give many informations about the kind of many projects to disseminate your recent results, especially for Asia Pacific? Thank you, Sensei.
Yeah, thank you very much. For the thanks to your great effort, we finally created the Asian framework for climate. Asian framework in the teacher education for the framework for the climate action. So then we will proceed the second round for promoting the climate change education. Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah. You are mute. Yeah.
Okay. So we can proceed to the second question. The second question comes from Mr. Ricky Setiawan. The question is about drawing from the principles of education policy analysis. How can policy makers and education stakeholders collaborate to integrate climate change education into formal education systems, ensuring alignment with curriculum standard and also teacher training programs?
Okay, thank you for the good question. So then this Asian network, so the teacher educators joined this network. So then, however, so we always collaborate with UNESCO, the regional offices in each countries and participating the institutions. So, for example, the UNESCO Bangkok office, in the head office in the field of the education in Asia Pacific, they support and the technical support to progress under this our project, and the UNESCO Beijing and Almaty office in the Central Asia as well. And these are UNESCO regional offices and promote not propose that the good ideas to integrate the climate change education into the schools and the teacher education policies and guidelines and as well the curriculum. So then, we always work together these offices. So then we want to reflect and the research result to the existing curricula and the future curricula and the guidelines in the national level in each countries.
Okay. How about the answer, Mr. Rike Setiawan? Is that enough? Or answer your question? Okay, so we still have one more question for Professor Fuji. This is from, I think 2 questions. Is okay?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. The third question is from Mr. Binar. Mr. Binar asking about what is your suggestion for increasing the quality of education in Indonesia, especially regarding to the SDGs?
Yeah. Yes. So then, the SDGs 13 is the climate action is most important SDGs for our teacher educators in the field of the climate change education. So then, so I mentioned earlier, so then the UNESCO's, so 2017, they reported the one very important document. So the title is Education for the Sustainable Development Goals and the Learning Objectives. So then the UNESCO proposed 15 learning objectives for each SDGs. So then, for example, in terms of the SDGs 13, climate action, so we can confirm that we can see the 15 learning objectives to all of the levels of the education and the field of the education. So then, it is one of the my suggestions. So then, when it's if we refer that these learning objectives, so then we think about how incorporate these learning objectives or our practical, our real practices in school and the teacher education settings. So then, most important things in how to modify it. So then how to incorporate these objectives in real educational practices in each country's context. Yeah.
So do you think there's any possibility to also integrate it another SDGs, for example, SDGs maybe 14 or 20 into the education, and also especially in the curriculum?
Of course, the SDGs 13 and the climate action is, I think, I believe, is the most the agency to response for us to the response of these SDGs. And SDGs 13 is so this is my opinion, is most urgent the topic. So then important things to the connect the SDGs 30 to the other SDGs in the field of all of the field of the society. Yeah.
Okay. So the last question is from Miss Sally. Miss Sally asking about the most challenging part of the involving society to have an awareness of climate change and creating learning environment support that support or supportive learning environment. So how to build a supportive learning environment, and also what is the most challenging part meanwhile while you are in how to improving the society that have an awareness to this climate change.
Yeah, so thank you as the most essential question. So then I think the one of the difficulty to promote the climate change education is the how to promote and enhance the learners' attitude and their actions. So then I mentioned earlier, so I introduced the one report by UNESCO. So they divided the three domains of the human development. So the first is the cognitive, and the second is the socio-emotional, and the last is the behavior. So then, especially in the climate action, so then the last domain of the behavior domain is the most important. But however, so it's a big challenge to change the learners' the attitude and behaviors to combat the climate action. So actually, so then in the school curriculum and the teacher education curriculum, we are always convey the knowledge and the understanding in the field of the cognitive domain. And we are sometimes adopt the pedagogical approach to the collaboration and the participation, the focus on the second domain, the socio-emotional. However, so the last domain, the behavioral domain, how to deal with this domain. So this is one big challenge for us. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you for your question. Sorry, I used to say Fuji Sensei because I also graduated from Hiroshima University. Okay. So you are, I think you are my Dai Sensei. Sorry, Dai Senpai.
Yeah, I said, but yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so I think there's still many questions for you, but due to the time limitation, I think we have to end our today's discussion. But before we ended our discussion, I invite you to giving some closing statement.
Yeah.
Or a take-home message for the participants today.
Yeah. Okay, so thank you very much for the listening to my short presentation, and thank you. Also, thank you very much make the comments and questions. So then after that, so yeah, we'll discuss the how to communicate to each other. So then, and of course, we will discuss how to promote and disseminate the climate change education for future education in the world. Yeah, thank you very much.
Okay, so Professor Fuji, so actually we learned so many things about how to integrate the SDGs or how to reach the SDGs, the goals or the objective of SDGs through the education from you. So that we want to give you some token of appreciation. So the committee will present a certificate for you. So for the committee, can you help me to show the certificate for the Fuji Sensei?
No. Yeah, thank you very much.
And also, we will take a photo. Please wait for a while, and we will take your photo with the certificate. In 1, 2, and sorry, the video is the committee. 1, 2, and 3. Okay, one more time, thank you very much for Fuji Sensei for joining us and also give us an insightful presentation today. Okay, have a
Yeah.
nice day.
Thank you very much for the
Thank
joining
you,
the
Sensei. Thank you, Sensei. Thank you,
yeah.
Sensei.
Yeah.
I can wait again. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, so after the first part of the plenary session, the second plenary session from the Professor Hiroki Fuji, and we will proceed for the second part of the this session, and the second presentation will come from Associate Professor Muhammad Abdul Hadi Bunyamin. Hello, Assalamualaikum, Professor. Have you joined us in this?
Yes, I'm here. I'm here.
You are here. So, okay. Before we start your presentation, allow me to introduce you to the participants here.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so Associate Professor Muhammad Abdul Hadi Bunyamin is a professor in the University Technology Malaysia, and his current academic administrative position is a research executive and vice chancellor office of University Technology Malaysia. He has been working in the University Technology of Malaysia starting from 2009. Is it correct, Professor? Okay. And he also have many achievements. Maybe you can learn from his curriculum vitae later, because there are so many achievements. I can read one by one because it will take a whole day. So, Professor Hadi Bunyamin, thank you for joining us today in our conference today. And as the first part, I will tell you that you will have about 30 minutes for the presentation, and then we will proceed with the Q&A session. But for the participant, if you already have any question for our speakers here, you can write down in the chat box, or maybe later on the Q&A session, you can raise your hand. Okay, are you ready for your presentation, Professor?
Yeah. Yes.
Then the time is yours.
Okay. A minute, because I need to share my slides.
Okay, take your time, Professor.
Okay, can you see my slides?
Yes, clearly.
Okay. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. And could be good afternoon or good morning. It depends on your current location in the time zone. Like in Malaysia, we are at 12, actually 12:15, which is 1 hour ahead of WIB, Waktu Indonesia Barat. Alhamdulillah, thank you very much to Mrs. Chairperson for invitations that given to me to speak about this research project, the current one and also the previous one. And I think that this kind of talk should be like more interactive. You can freely ask me questions using the chat room available to you, and you can ask questions to me after completed my presentations. So my presentation today is about STEM education, school projects, and industry, and how this could be able to achieve the sustainable development goals. So there could be three things, which is STEM education, school projects, and also the industry. So this is something that maybe not something familiar to education communities, where universities can directly have a connection or programs with the industry, okay, within the umbrella of STEM education and SDG. So I will tell you how we make it in UTM how we collaborate with the industry, but also the primary focus today is still on STEM education and how teachers or teacher educators or even pre-service teachers can learn from this project done by team in Malaysia and also in UTM. Okay, so this is the very brief history of STEM. If you would like to know about STEM, which is the combination of four interrelated disciplines, which is science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. And based on the literature, it is stated that the notion of STEM starting in early 1990s. So now actually we have almost, I think, more than 30 years of the introductions or the introductory of STEM to the world. Okay. However, actually, the first term used before we use the word of STEM is actually SMET. Okay, but just a different way on how we arrange each of these, alphabets arrangement. Okay, but in 2001, okay, the SMET changed to STEM. Okay, so that's the history. But in what stated in the literature, okay, it is mentioned that the critical role played by National Science Foundation, NSF, in the United States, which is one of the government agency in the United States, they become the champion of this STEM movement, and they try to influence the STEM research and also teaching in universities as well as in the schools. Okay, I had a good experience studying in the United States from 2013 to 2017, 4 years there. And I got the experience of dealing with STEM, either in research or in teaching and learning. I went to school there and become a teacher. It's a very wonderful experience teaching in the United States. And I can share with you some of the experience on how I teach American students in school. Okay. Actually, we have so many diverse perspective of STEM. We just not have one. Okay. We have actually 9 at least. It can be more than that. Okay. But in my opinion, even though we have so many kinds of STEM perspective, okay, somehow the problem is that everybody, every parties, every teachers, every students, every researchers speak differently about what they think about STEM. So I think I want to reveal more, okay, but not really in depth about each of this perspective. And I think that you can well map with your current understanding on what is STEM, okay? So this is the first one, the perspective A, which is STEM referred to just science or just mathematics. And this is actually the most confusing perspective because, okay, instead of using the word of STEM, okay, they should actually use the word of science or just maths. But because the word of STEM become more popular now, okay, everybody want to say that they are part of the STEM. The English say that jump into the bandwagon, something that if you're familiar with that kind of term. Okay, so this is the first one. Okay, the next one is the perspective B, or the number 2, which refer to STEM as science and mathematics, but is still silent. Okay, the T and E, which is the technology and also the engineering, but they mainly focusing on science and mathematics, but this is still not actually an integrated perspective. Okay, this is C, perspective C, which is the third one, which is STEM is the science become the major, and science is supported by either T, E, or M. Okay, this is also one of a popular way of conceptualizing STEM, and in Malaysia currently, the Ministry of Education will be using this perspective in order to introduce STEM at the primary school level, where they use the science subject connected either by technology, engineering, mathematics, or even they also will connect with musics, like, something like the arts, and also some kind of maybe the basis of economies, okay, for the primary students. Okay, so this is one of the perspective that could be able to get the attention by the policymakers, at least in Malaysia. Okay, and this is the perspective D, okay, where each of the discipline of S, T, E, and M are all recognized as STEM. For instance, if they graduated as a maths graduates, they declare that they are STEM graduates. That's how they speak, okay, the word of STEM, where now because everybody want to say they are part of the STEM, okay, like jumping into the bandwagon. Okay. Perspective E, which is quite popular in Malaysia and even in Indonesia, because previously I had this session with some universities that invited me as the keynote or the invited speaker, and many of Indonesian teachers that I delivered kind of keynotes or invitations, okay, they have this kind of STEM perspective. The number 5, okay, which is the perspective E, okay, where they integrate science and mathematics using DT or the E as the bridge or the connector for these two domains, the major domains in STEM. Okay, and as I said, okay, this is one of the popular perspective among teachers, okay, either in schools or even maybe in universities. Okay. Perspective F, yeah, the number 6, STEM is the coordination across 4 disciplines. Means we try to be, not to try to be fair, we try to be what? Try to treat each of these STEM, but we are not able to completely take all of them. It is like you have 4 dishes, okay, in your on your table. 4 dishes, okay, but you are not be able to eat all of them. Okay, you have 4 dishes and you just take a very little amounts of foods of each of these 4 dishes. So this one of the analogy that I regularly use when I teach my students, how you can conceptualize the way you use STEM either in your teaching or in your research. Means that it's like you have 4 dishes on your table, but you take the food, okay, you eat it, but in a very small amount for each of these 4 dishes. Okay. Number 7, which is the perspective G, STEM is an integration of 2 or 3 disciplines. It means that you need to choose 2 or 3 disciplines like STE or SEM or STM, okay, or just do SNT, SNT or S with E. It depends on how you make it, but you must be able to if you eat the food, you must be able to complete these 2 altogether, not even left any kind of very little amount on that particular plates. Okay, means you take 2 or 3 dishes and you complete or you eat all of them without left any kind of food in that particular plates. Okay, and this is number 8. Okay, we have 9, and this is number 8, which is the perspective H. We take all of them, we try to eat all of them, and the difference is that we still recognize each of these 4 dishes as a separate entity. Means if we have fish, if we have chicken, if we have some maybe lamb, or if you have some any kind of seafood, it means you have 4 dishes, you try to eat all of them, but you still can recognize each of these distinct features of these dishes. That's how I think could be the appropriate analogy for this kind of perspective H. Okay, and the last one, okay, which is we call it STEM as transdisciplinary. Okay, where we have those 4 dishes, we eat all of them completely, okay, without left any kind of foods on the plates. Okay, and it becomes one, which is STEM, and you cannot identify which is the chicken, which one is the fish, which one is the meat, or any kind of foods that you eat. Okay, So it's just become one, which is the dish of STEM. Okay, a single one. Okay, which is we call it the transdisciplinary, where all of these S, T, E, and M are all integrated together completely, totally, and there is no particular features of STEM as the separate entity. Okay, for instance, if you want to go with this kind of STEM perspective, you may implement the team-based learning, okay, not the subject-based. For instance, if you go for smart city project, you ask your student how to conduct, how to plan, how to design smart city. It means that the students will need to apply the S, T, E, and M, and even they may be able or should also consider other disciplines than just STEM. For instance, if they need to integrate the knowledge in the economies, for instance. Okay, right. So that's the conceptual part. Okay, and now the question of how to do that for your teachers, okay, or even for your students. Okay, it depends on who you are. If you are a teacher educator, means could be an important one for you to train the pre-service teachers. Okay, but for teachers on how you can use it for yourself in order for you to teach the STEM for your students. Okay, so this is the standard definitions of engineering design process. Okay, why we focus on engineering design? Okay, because if we refer to the current and also the past literature in STEM, okay, it highlights the critical role of engineering design as the main connector for all STEM in a single lesson. Okay, and if we refer to the definition used or provided by teachengineering.org, okay, the process is really emphasizing open-ended problem solving, not the closed-ended, the open-ended problem solving, and it should encourage the students to learn from failure. Okay, that's the difference with what we regularly learn, okay, or what we regularly observe in the past era, where students cannot make a mistake. If they commit the mistake, they will be punished. But in this current era of STEM, the students will or need to learn from their mistakes, and they are not penalized for the mistakes that they commit during the learning process. That's how the paradigm shift happened. Okay, previously, before we have the word of STEM, it could be that, okay, the paradigm of the educators, mostly the students cannot do mistakes. If they did, means they will be punished. But in this era, we should allow students to do mistakes. I mean, the calculated mistakes or reasonable mistakes could be, okay, in order for them to be a better learner. That's how we have the changes in our mind, in our paradigm, in relation to the STEM education that now become popular around the world. So if you want to learn more, this is the process of learning engineering design process. Okay, you may be able or could learn or you can start from the asking, okay, ASK, to identify the need and the constraints and so on. This is the process. I think you can maybe simply make the screenshot and can save in your devices, okay, because I simply take it from teachengineering.org. If you type this website's URL, okay, you can have so many examples of STEM activities that already done, especially in the United States, because it is developed by University of Colorado. Okay, if you know that name, a university in the United States, University of Colorado. Okay, they develop, okay, the websites. They are the owner, the offsites, the websites of teachengineering.org. If you go there with this website, okay, you can get so many STEM activities according to the level of education that you want. Let's say just for primary, so you just set for the primary education. For university, yes, it's already there also. But if you want to use even for the kindergarten, you can also find it. Okay, and even maybe all of you, or maybe most of you are secondary school teachers, maybe probably they also have the resources for secondary school for the STEM. Okay, right. So this is the process in more conceptual ways used by NGSS. If you're familiar with the documents released in 2013, Next Generation Science Standards, okay, the science and engineering practices, okay, it consists of 8 components, okay, whereby I don't think I need to explain each of these 8 components, okay, even though in this slide I already put it, but I will not to go in depth for each of this section, okay, right? So we have 8, okay. So this is the first one, defining the problems, okay. What are the problems that the students or the student teachers can use in order for them to start the projects? Maybe if they have problem at home where they can use the STEM knowledge for them to, to improve or to repair the tools that may be broken at home, probably it could be one of the reasons for them to maybe to become an inventor, or something that who can fix the problem at home. Okay, it also could be something like if they are at higher level, it depends. Okay, maybe the social problems that happen, but it also connected to science. For instance, the pollution problem near to their house or near to the school. Okay, maybe water pollution. If there could be river, the polluted river. So it could be one of the research project that students may be able to do. Okay, so let's start with the problems. Then we have, developing and using models, okay, whereby we have actually many kinds of models, okay, not just one, okay. At least we have 4: the concrete models, the graphical, the language, the real world, okay, models. So it depends on how we want the student or the student teachers, okay, to develop models for the STEM activities. Okay, usually teachers and students will go for the concrete models. Okay, for instance, if they want to build the bridges, okay, they may be able to use some recycled materials in order for them to have or to build a strong bridge, okay, for a certain purposes, okay, for instance. And then we have planning and carrying out investigation. I don't want to elaborate each of these processes. This is a very similar process with doing experiments, doing scientific investigations, scientific inquiries, scientific practices, and so on. Okay, and I think most of teachers and even university students or school students maybe have a familiarization with this kind of process of doing investigations. Okay, and we have analyzing and interpreting data. Okay, we connected the data with the analysis, okay, and also with the synthesis, okay, and maybe, okay, we have some kind of evidence that may be able to make the students more confident when they are arguing. Okay, that's how we try to analyze and interpret the data after completing a certain kind of data collection. Okay, right. Then we have the process of using maths and computational thinking. Okay, nowadays we already have AI. Okay, maybe, okay, at other occasions we can talk more about how AI can help help or assist the teachers or the student teachers to do their projects for the STEM. Okay, because now we know it is something that very convenient, okay, for many students, especially to do projects assisted by AI. Okay, and maybe we have some extra. I'm not sure. I don't think we have the time to discuss about the AI and how it may impact the SDG or STEM in general. Okay, but it could be a very interesting topic. Okay, onwards maybe in the next occasion, inshallah. Okay, then we have to design the solutions. Okay, it should be practical solutions. I mean, it could be used or adopted. Okay, not just by ours but also by others. Okay, At some point, it could be commercialized, okay? It could be replicated, and it should be cost effective, which is a lower one. Okay, this is very important because at the end of the presentation, toward the end, I will share with you the experience of working with industries and how STEM education is implemented to them as the one who are the stakeholders in SDG and STEM education. Okay, designing solutions and engage in argument from evidence. And I think this is very important for students, especially because they may have the data, but they don't know how to argue from the data, from the evidence that they collected from their experiments. And I think that nowadays, okay, students can simply collect the data doing the experiments, but if the teachers ask them the conceptual questions, the evidence that they collected, how they interpret it, how they describe more about the findings, they could not be able to do that. Okay, I think most of you can testify my view, okay, based on my reading and also my observation because I was a teacher. Okay, when I ask students about evidence that they collected, they are not be able to speak more about the data that they analyze, even though they just or they have completed the investigations that they did for their project. Okay, that's my experience. And the last one is that usually in the classroom, okay, teachers will ask the students to do the presentations. So it could be one of the way on how they can convey their projects to others, even though actually we have other things that we can go forward, okay, maybe beyond the school. Okay, if the students have the opportunity for go for the national or even international levels, they can communicate about their projects to a bigger audience. Okay, and I think this could be the last stage for the science and engineering practices used in NGSS 2013. Okay, so this is the opportunity that may be available to many of us. Okay, nowadays, okay, in STEM education, they are less oriented to exam-based education. And even in STEM education, we are not really talking about exams anymore. We are going toward a kind of formative way of assessing the students. And that's how, okay, that's one of the challenge when we do projects, okay, for the STEM, okay, one of the big challenge is the classroom-based assessment, because this is something that not many teachers are really familiar with, okay, because they are really used, okay, they are really just familiar with the exam-oriented way of assessing the students. And now they are going towards a more kind of open-ended assessment, which is something that they are not really mastering at this level for now. Okay, and I should acknowledge this is actually one of the big challenge in my country, in Malaysia. Okay, even even though it's already nearly 10 years of implementation of classroom-based assessment, now we still have the problem where the teachers not really mastering the G's, the practices of classroom-based assessment, which is not the exam-oriented way of assessing the students. No tests, no exams, so what we can do? That's the problem for many teachers. And I believe this is not just the problem of Malaysia. This is also applicable to other countries who are now trying to go into not really exam-oriented assessment for the education, especially science education. Okay, right. And we can benefit, okay, from nearby IPT. This is particularly useful for school teachers. The location of the school is just really near, okay, to the university. I went to Jakarta last time in August, okay, for an invitation by my colleagues there, by UNJ, Universitas Negeri Jakarta, and UNJ has a kind of sekolah angkat, means the school adopted school, okay, by the university. They deliver the expertise to that particular school, okay, not just the facilities. It is also about how they make the professional developments for the teachers And I went to that school and I just become really love with first the facilities is just very, very, very good. Okay, and I really have some exciting moment there because I can teach the students, okay, when I was going at that particular school in Jakarta. So that's one of the wonderful experience that I had and when I was in Jakarta in last August 2023. Okay, that's how the benefit, okay, for the schools which is near to the universities. Okay, also we can benefit from the state education office. Okay, possibly if the location of the school is just very near to the state education office, we can just benefit from their existence. Also from the school leadership, okay, I should acknowledge that when I was doing projects with my students, I really get the buy-in or the consent or the approval, the support from the school principals and also the head of department. I did not request them specific amounts of money. I use my own money. That's the real story. Okay, and I allocate, okay, for each of my students, I gave them Malaysian ringgit 10 ringgit for each of the students. And I told them, okay, the students, I told my students, you need to talk to your parents. Okay, Cikgu Hadi, Teacher Hadi just provide us 10 ringgit. If you have extra cost, so it depends on you, then you are the one that you need to include more of the money. So what I can say is that, okay, I try to minimize the costs. Okay, I did not request a specific money from the school that I teach. Okay, instead I try to get extra funds from any resources that I think can benefit the students. Okay, but I put the maximum number for each of the students in order for me to sponsor the project for each of the students. Okay, also I get involved with STEM clubs or STEM associations in the schools, even in universities. Okay, if they have the competitions or have some regular activities, and I was the advisor of one of the STEM club in the university, so that I can directly influence the STEM educations in the universities and also at the school. Okay, and the last one is actually the industry. This is the current initiative done by my research team in UTM in Malaysia, okay, where we engage with industries in order for us to translate STEM education for the industries, okay, instead of just educational institutions. Okay, this is the very new initiative conducted by my research team in UTM. Okay, so this is one of the example projects done by my students. Okay, the solar oven, okay, done by school students project. When I was a teacher in 2021, okay, I asked my students to have their own research project, their own STEM projects, and one of the students, okay, they come out with this solar oven using a very cheap material, not really expensive. Okay, and this is how they measure the temperature and how they use the material, okay, provided either by the school or if they buy, okay, from the commercialized or any parties that they can use for the projects. Okay, it's a very wonderful, wonderful measurement. Okay, if you see there, okay, 51.4 degrees centigrade, 72. Okay, this is a very hot day. Okay, and they can simply cook the egg. Okay, nearly a complete one, not really something that fully cooked. Okay, but I think it could be a very good initiative for the students to know or to learn about how the process of designing the projects and also understanding the process of, or the concepts of temperature and also the heat. Okay, the heat and also the temperature. Okay, because I teach physics for that particular students. Okay, so that this is how they apply the concepts of heat in this project. Okay, right. And the second one, this is also very, very loved by many of my students. Okay, because I provided an opportunity for them to provide or to create or to have the food making. I mean, it depends on them what kind of food that they want to cook, but they need to know what physics concept that they need to know in order for them to provide or to create or to produce this food. Okay, so it's a very lovely and it's a very friendly way of doing this with my students. Okay, and I still remember one of my students. Okay, she make a cake that she made for his father or her father. Okay, and it is because the birthday of his or her father. Okay, and he used or she used the cake, okay, from the project that done in my class in order for him or her to give the cake, the birthday cake for his or her father. So I think I have a very, a very meaningful experience, okay, when doing this project with the students, because they can directly benefit, they can directly use that products of the projects for the benefit of his or her family. And I really appreciate that kind of experience, because I think that's how we can benefit and we can use, okay, the products from the projects, okay, for the direct benefits to the families and also maybe any kind of purposes. Okay, so it depends, maybe because also some students really like to have this food making because they can commercialize and even they can sell these foods for others. And even they have a kind of entrepreneurial projects from this project. So that is very wonderful. Some students really like to have this kind of food making project because they can sell, okay, and they become the entrepreneur, okay, for these food making processes. I really love this kind of students because they maybe have some tendency to become a businessman, and they learn how to be, a good someone like a chef, right? Okay. So also some students produce the donuts. It's not just a regular donut. It's a very a very tasteful. Okay, I eat myself this these students donuts. Okay, and I know that, okay, I think the donuts really done by him or herself, because sometimes I feel that this is not kind of a very professional donuts that sell or sold at the groceries or any kind of shops or any places. So I believe that this donut done by these students himself instead of done by maybe the father or the mother. Okay, so that's how I think I appreciate this kind of the efforts done by my students, because they did it by themselves, okay, not by the others. Okay, cream cheese spaghetti is quite tasty, even though I think, okay, sometimes students really have, some taste for the Westerns. So it depends on how they can produce or they want to have the projects using this food making as the, starting point. Okay, and the biscuits, okay, also some students choose to produce this kind of food. Okay, and this is how I think, if a teacher, maybe if you want to learn more about the systematic process of doing projects, you can simply screenshot this, these slides, and you can have the extra reading if you want to read more. Okay, how to make the groups. Okay, how to prepare a project proposal. Okay, maybe if you want to have some example, I can also provide to you the example of project proposal. If you want to do with the school students, it's different with the university students. So because we should not overburden the students with just a very long pages of proposal. Instead, we just have 2-page proposal. It's just a very, just a wonderful proposal for the project they are going to do. Okay, and all of these are just step by step in order for a teacher to do the projects with the students. Okay, you can simply take it, no problem. I also have shared these slides with Pak Binar. Okay, maybe Pak Binar will or can share with the audiences, okay, the materials that I gave to Pak Binar from these slides. Okay, right. And If you want to go for the proposals, this is the proposal components that you can include, okay, in order for you to help the students to do the projects, okay, from the project title, the topic, the reasons for the chosen title or the topic, the procedures, the benefits, the STEM concepts apply. This is very important because if you ask the students what the STEM concept that they apply in the project, some students are not really clear with that kind of understanding. Okay, they can simply do that, they can simply cook, but they don't know what are the STEM concepts applied in this particular project. So we really need to include it in our proposal in order to avoid the situations where students don't know what are the STEM concepts applied. So this is how they can translate, okay, and to practice the concepts that they already learned in the classroom. Okay, project timeline, and for sure, if they have the cost, as I mentioned to you, okay, part of the cost is paid by myself. I provide 10 ringgit for each of the students to do the projects. Okay, right. And also, if you want to assess the students, okay, it depends on what you want to assess them. This is just a simple suggestions for you. You can assess their uniqueness or the originality of the project, and you can allocate a certain amount of marks or scores for that particular rubrics or particular criteria. It depends. Okay, some will highly regards or highly recognize STEM conceptual mastery. And me, myself, I really want the students to understand what are the STEM concepts applied in their projects. That's why I put a relatively high score or high allocation of marks for that particular criteria. Okay, so it depends on how you want to allocate this kind of assessment for each of the subcomponents of the project's proposals or the project's reports. Okay, it depends on how you, as a teacher, want to allocate that marks on each of these components. But me, myself, I suggest you to be more inclusive. Okay, try to accommodate all or many kind of the criteria that you want to use or you want to include. Okay, but you must be able to know to what extent that you want to allocate the marks for each of the subcomponents. Okay, for me, I just allocate 5% for the cost. I don't think we need to allocate too many or too much marks for that particular sub criteria or the criteria. Okay, and there's some tips. Yeah.
I think we only have 5 minutes.
Okay, 5 minutes. Okay, I will be more faster. Okay, there's some tips that I can share with you. Okay, maybe I don't want to elaborate more because we are running out of the time. Okay, mastering the concepts of the STEMs. Okay, by the students when doing the hands-on activities. Okay, ask the students to be systematic. This is very important because some students don't know how to systemize the project's progress. So teachers will need to guide them in order to ensure that they can complete the project. Okay. Unfortunately, when I was doing the project with my students, one student did not complete the project. So that's a sad story. Okay. I can tell you, but I'm happy because 99% of the students completed it. Only one person did not do that. So I'm not sure how you can assess or evaluate me. Either you want to see that particular one student that do not know or do not do the projects, or you want to see the brighter side, which is 99% of the students completed the project successfully. Okay, start small. Okay, don't really too ambitious with the school students. Be more realistic. Okay, do not entertain them like university students. Okay, they are still school students that need your guidance as a teacher. Okay, so my advice: start small. Okay, go for a more simpler projects instead of the complex one, especially if you are the first timer that you are going to implement that particular projects. Okay, try to get support from multiple parties. Okay, from the parents, from the school principals. Okay, even maybe if you have colleagues that can support the students, you can always engage with them in order for you to get a very, a confident way of doing the projects with the students. Okay, right. So lastly, this is the STEM education initiative that I done with my team, with the industry. That's previously from for the schools, but this is for the industry. And this is the very current one we just completed in 2023. Okay, this is a very multidisciplinary in order to become transdisciplinary. Okay, if you see there, okay, me represents the social sciences area, and I have 4 more members from mostly engineering faculty, engineering lecturers, academics, researchers, okay, that involved with this education initiative for industry. Okay, and I can share with you, okay, our project is about the wastewater and how it may harm the environment. And one of the very highly responsible parties that release the wastewater is actually the industry. Okay, and not just them. Okay, some residential universities and hospitals may also release the wastewater to the environment, okay, to some extent. But industries could be one of the parties that, have the major contributor, okay, for the release of the wastewater to the environment. So they need to be trained, they need to be educated on how they can be, or they can preserve the environment, okay, in order for us to achieve the SDG as what we discussed as our main theme in this conference. Okay, and that's how we have a very comprehensive way of doing the projects with the industry, okay, government, industry, academic, society. So we mainly engage, okay, academics and also the industry in order for them to be educated with the protection of the environmental. Okay, and this is how we have the KTP, which is a knowledge transfer program done in 2023. Okay, we did it in Malaysia in Negeri 9. Okay, and we are really happy because they really satisfied with this kind of initiative. And we developed our bio-based technology for wastewater treatment, okay, which is actually sustainable and could be useful for protection of the environment. Okay, so this is the current initiative that I did with the engineering faculty, which is something that not really common in Malaysia, okay, because sometimes education people just work with education people. But for me, okay, because I want to expand, okay, the STEM education's audiences, so that I collaborate with those engineering faculty in order for me to expand the STEM educations for the industry, not just for the educational institutions. Okay, and this is the technology that we developed. It should be a video, okay, but it does not work for a while. I'm not sure why. Maybe some technical problems happen when I try to upload this video. Okay, if you see there, okay, the color is the blue, but when you use, the technology, it's become a very clean. Okay, no color available after that. It's a colorless after using the technology. So that's how I think is the beauty of working with the engineering people who can actually use this technology in order for protection of the environment. Okay, and this is the main inputs. Okay, the main outputs from this KTP project with the industry. Okay, because many of them feel that their knowledge, their awareness of the importance of treating the wastewater using the new technology, which is the bio-based, is just increased after going through this KTP program. So that's one of the major outcome from the KTP program that I and my team conducted for the industry. Okay, and this is some of the feedbacks given. Okay, because this industry is just really oriented on profit making, and they really speak the money and also the costs. Okay, they need to pay for the new technology to be introduced in order to protect the environment. Okay, so that's the particular challenge that my research team have confronted with. Okay, where we have the problems. how we can ensure that this is something that industry will be able to be affordable to buy this new technology. And using this bio-based, I think that's the best way on how we can protect the environment, which is something that if you use the bio-based, it is sustainable and also could be useful for many of the industries, okay, not just the one that we conducted the KTP, but for many more. And that's the conclusion that I can make. Okay, SDG is not just for educational institutions, even though I totally understand many education people will just work with education people. I really understand that scenario. But nowadays, okay, the problem with SDG is that it is not just education people. We must be able or should be able to include more participants, more audiences from other parties, especially the industries that could be the major cause for the harm to the environment. Okay, so that's the importance of dealing or connecting with the industry, because they are one of the major contributors of the pollutions. Okay, we know it, but we don't know how to deal with them. So that's why my team introduced to them the new technology in order to protect the environment. Okay, that's how we try to get close to them, because we know that somehow it is very difficult for universities to work for the industry or to work with industry. Okay, right. STEM education, okay, it should not just about the students. We also maybe at this point think about expanding it, and we can include the workers who already in the workforce in the countries. Okay, we can engage them to expand the STEM education scopes, and also the a kind of how we can see STEM in more broader ways. Okay, and I think that expanding the STEM for many more parties can ensure we can achieve the SDG for a many more broader audiences. Okay, the schools, the industries, and even the communities at large. So I think that's all from me. Thank you very much for your attention. Okay, maybe if you have questions, okay, I'm not sure if you can ask all of it. Okay, you can contact me if you want. Okay, you can contact me via the emails, or if you comfortable, you can simply directly contact me using my mobile phones there. Okay, I'm available almost all time, not 24 hours, because I also must be able to sleep. Okay, so it's okay at any time, maybe before 12 a.m. For every night. Okay, before it. Okay, so with that, thank you very much for your attention again, and I think I can pass again to Mrs. Chairperson. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for Professor Hadi for very insightful and comprehensive presentation. Okay, so before we proceed to the Q&A session, I would like to highlight it for the Professor Hadi presentation. So Professor Hadi present about the STEM's history, and then how the perspective of STEM is involved from not from only science or mathematics into a transdisciplinary science, right? But and then the STEM education is not only for the educational institution and also for the industries, but it's have to involve all parties to achieving the SDGs. So we already have one question from Mr. Ricky Setiawan. Mr. Ricky Setiawan, you would like to deliver your question directly?
Yeah, thank you very much. Good afternoon, Professor Hadi Buyamin. It's very nice presentation about STEM. Allow me to introduce myself first. So I'm the lecturer in UNESA in the Department Study Program of Elementary Teacher Education, the Faculty of Education. So we come from the same faculties. And one of the course I teach is the STEAM education in elementary school. And yeah, it's about STEM, and now we add one more component. It's the art component. It's STEAM. We even add the other component is religion. That's why we have the term stream now. So STEM, STEAM, stream like that. It's very interesting because mostly talking about this STEM or STEAM or stream is always PGBL, project-based learning, and students are encouraged to do some projects. It's not only like before you say like assignment-based education or test-based education. What I would like to actually to ask is, we know there's always challenge, barriers in implementing or for the implementation of STEAM education, especially I want to highlight in elementary school. So I want to learn from what happened in Malaysia, perhaps can be uh, lessons for us in Indonesia. So how is about the implementation of STEAM education, especially in the elementary school there in Malaysia, since both countries have similar and some same characteristics. And what is the strategy from the elementary school teachers, perhaps educators, to overcome these barriers or the challenges? Thank you very much, Professor. It's very nice to meet you today.
Okay, thank you very much, Pak Ricky Setiawan. It's a very crucial questions about STEM education for primary school levels. Okay, because we know that yes, there are challenge to implement. Okay, to bring the ideas of STEM for the primary school. But what I can share with you is actually the current development proposed by the Ministry of Education of Malaysia, where in 2027, we will be able to have a new curriculum of science for the primary school, which is actually have a very closely meaning of STEM or even STEAM. But the question is how the ministry will do. Okay. Actually, I personally engaged with them with last 2 or maybe 3 days ago. Okay, they called me for a meeting, okay, at the ministry, and they consult with me on how they will implement science or the STEM for primary school using the new curriculum. Okay, the strategy is that they will cluster the primary school at 3 stages, means level 1, level 2, and level 3. Okay, and then because we have 6 years of primary education, 6 years, so each of this level will have 2 years. Level 1 means standard 1 and standard 2. Okay, level 2 is standard 3 and 4, and the level 3 standard 5 and 6. But the way they introduce the STEM, okay, for each of this level is different. Okay, at the very lowest level or the very foundational level, which is the level 1, the standard 1, and then also the standard 2, the ministry will not clearly stated that they will use the word of STEM, but they try to make it something that they call integrated learning. Okay, integrated learning. It means that the ministry mentioned to us, okay, for those who attended the meeting, okay, science become the major, okay, the major subjects for that particular kind of subject, the particular themes, okay, but it will be supported by other disciplines like technology, engineering, mathematics, and even the musics or even the arts, okay, like what we call it the STEAM. Okay, but they did not use the word of STEM or STEAM or stream on that particular subject. Okay, because sometimes people, okay, I should acknowledge, some people, they just disagree with the use of STEM. They just disagree. Okay, I had the experience when I was presenting my research project and when I was in US. Okay, and one of professor in the United States, okay, he clearly or strongly criticized STEM education because for him, okay, it's just overburden the teachers of in the school. It means that teachers will not just not to know the science, also the technology, engineering, and mathematics, and how they can do that. Okay, that's the criticism, okay, proposed or exposed by some of the critics in STEM education, where they just disagree with the implementations or even the ideas of STEM, especially at the primary school. And they really argue, and they have a very quite sound argument on that. Even though when I try to understand what the ministry want to do, it is something that I think, wow, this is not really overburden the teachers, okay? Because the way we deliver the STEM for primary school, it should be not just one teacher deliver one. Okay, it should be maybe 2 or even 3 teachers can work together to teach a particular subjects that we call something like STEM. Okay, not just one. Maybe we have the science teachers, but at the same time, we can also have one particular experts from other fields that can co-teach with the teacher in the same classroom. Okay, so it's really about how we can have a better implementation at the primary school, and that's how the ministry are going to do. They will pair a teacher with other teachers from other expertise in order for them to teach the STEM, even though they did not use the word of STEM or STEAM or stream in that particular subjects. And I think if we can agree, okay, the way forward for STEM education is really about how we can collaborate and how we can co-teach with other teachers in order for them, or in order for us as the teacher or as the lecturer, to deliver STEM for the students. Okay, so I think one of the very sound strategies is actually to involve not just one teacher, maybe or 2 or even more than that, 3 teachers to teach or to deliver STEM for a particular classroom. Okay, and also it is already reported in the literature. Okay, the literature suggests that we may be able to consider the use of co-teaching at the school level, even though this is something that not really common maybe. Even in Malaysia, okay, it is not something that very common, okay, because we just have one subject for one teacher teaching the students. This is a very common practices, right? Even in Indonesia, also you have that kind of practice. But to have 2 or more teachers teaching students, I think this is something that quite uncommon. So people may be able to know how to teach in more collaborative way, okay, because a very long time they teach by them, as a single person. Okay, so maybe the forward is that teachers will need to know how to teach, okay, with other teachers together as a team. Okay, either you call it a co-teaching or team teaching or something like that, or pair teaching. Okay, I think that could be a very good practice that we can consider in order for us to have a better implementation of STEM at primary or even at the secondary school level. Okay, so that could be for now, that could be my answer. Okay, the co-teaching or the team teaching as one of the way to improve the implementation of STEM at the primary school level. Okay, thank you, Pak, for a very interesting question. I think that's a very important way to know how to make a better implementation. Okay, because the problem is really about implementation. The ideas of STEM is just very good, just very nice. But how to make it, how to implement it, how to make it workable, practical for the teachers, yes, that's a challenge. Okay, so maybe the way forward could be that we should collaborate with other teachers. Just I think how we can mitigate from the problem. Okay, Pak? Thank you, Pak.
Thank you very much, Professor Hadi, for the great insight. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So I believe that many participants want to have a further discussion with you about your topics, but due to our time limitations, of course, we have to stop the discussion up to here. But if any participants still want to asking or discuss anything about the STEM education, especially for achieving the SDGs, I believe that Professor Hadi will answer your question if you contact him through the email or your mobile or his mobile phones. So, to conclude today's presentation, we learned that the achieving SDGs can be made via various platforms, for example, educational institution or industries, and also STEM education can help achieve SDG among students or workers, and also expanding STEM education for many more parties may increase likelihood of achieving SDG for a broader audience, for example, the schools, industries, and also communities. We have learned so many things from Professor Hadi Bunyamin from today's presentation. So the committee want to give you a token of appreciation in which we will give you a certificate. So for the committee, would you please help us to show the certificate for, and we would like to take your photo with the certificate, Professor. So I will count on 1, 2, 3. Okay, I think that's all. Thank you for the presentation, Professor.
Thank you
And
very much.
I hope we can meet again and have a deep depth discussion in other occasions. Okay, that's all for the second plenary session. And then I believe that we have learned so many things from the two speakers. And for the next session, I will give back to the Master of Ceremony. Over to you, Ms. Cecilia.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me once again in expressing our sincere appreciation to our esteemed keynote speakers in the second session. We have Professor Hiroki Fuji and also Associate Professor Hadi Bunyamin. And to our talented moderator, Dr. Lisa Listiana, thank you. Thank you for your invaluable contributions to today's event. We have another exciting keynote session after this with Dr. Bagus Mulyadi from Nottingham University, UK. However, we will first proceed with a short break to allow everyone to recharge and network. We will rejoin in 1 hour for the next session. So see you later at 1 p.m. Western Indonesian time. Thank you.
Sebagai universitas yang berdiri dengan basis kependidikan, Universitas Negeri Surabaya kini semakin mengepakkan sayapnya. UNESA berkomitmen untuk terus bergerak satu langkah di depan demi mempersiapkan putra-putri bangsa yang tangguh dalam menghadapi tantangan masa depan sekaligus mampu menjawab tuntutan global. Memiliki 3 kampus di Jawa Timur yang saling terintegrasi, UNESA siap menjangkau berbagai kalangan untuk dapat menempuh pendidikan tinggi. Kampus utama berlokasi di Lidah Wetan, Surabaya, dengan 7 gedung utama, di antaranya Gedung Rektorat, Gedung Lembaga Pendidikan dan Sertifikasi Profesi, serta 3 gedung fakultas yang meliputi Fakultas Ilmu Pendidikan, Fakultas Bahasa dan Seni, Fakultas Ilmu Keolahragaan dan Kesehatan, serta Sekolah Pasca Sarjana. Kawasan Ketintang yang menjadi kampus tertua, terdapat 5 gedung fakultas yang meliputi Fakultas Matematika dan Ilmu Pengetahuan Alam, Fakultas Teknik, Fakultas Ekonomika dan Bisnis, Fakultas Ilmu Sosial dan Hukum, serta Fakultas Vokasi. Salah satu program yang terus dikembangkan adalah pembukaan multi kampus yang berlokasi di Kabupaten Magetan. Hal ini siap menjadikan UNESA sebagai universitas dengan fasilitas pendidikan tinggi terbaik.
Selamat datang di Universitas Negeri Surabaya. Kami dengan bangganya mengajak Anda untuk lebih dekat dan mengenal tentang UNESA. Kami terus berkomitmen tidak hanya menyelenggarakan pendidikan terbaik bagi tenaga pendidik profesional masa depan, juga sangat berfokus untuk menciptakan lulusan yang berkarakter, tangguh, kreatif, inovatif, dan mampu berkolaborasi pada siapapun, berbudaya yang humanis dengan spesifikasi yang unggul dalam hal seni, olahraga, dan pendidikan disabilitas yang komprehensif.
Selamat datang di kampus para juara Universitas Negeri Surabaya. Terus berbenah dan berprestasi, UNESA siap memberikan kontribusi terbaik dalam mencetak generasi unggul dalam bidang kependidikan dan kukuh dalam keilmuan. Wujudkan ekosistem belajar yang sehat, UNESA terus berupaya memberikan pelayanan terbaik dengan beragam fasilitas yang berkualitas, berskala nasional maupun internasional. UNESA terus berkomitmen memberikan pelayanan prima serta ramah bagi penyandang disabilitas. Didukung dengan sarana dan prasarana yang memadai, lingkungan yang kompetitif, serta terus bergerak wujudkan kampus konservasi dan ramah lingkungan. Mewujudkan otonomi perguruan tinggi yang mandiri, UNESA telah menjadi perguruan tinggi berbadan hukum sesuai dengan Peraturan Pemerintah Republik Indonesia Nomor 37 Tahun 2022. Keberlanjutan UNESA dalam penyelenggaraan pendidikan bermutu terus dikembangkan demi melahirkan lulusan yang kompetitif dan berdaya saing dengan pembangunan program studi sarjana kedokteran dan pendidikan profesi dokter. Lebih dari 1.900 jurnal ilmiah skala nasional maupun internasional karya dosen telah dipublikasikan. UNESA juga mencatatkan namanya dalam Museum Rekor Indonesia sebagai kampus penyelenggara kerjasama dengan 837 SMK se-Jawa Timur secara serentak sebagai wujud implementasi program Merdeka Belajar Kampus Merdeka atau MBKM. Telah terakreditasi A secara kelembagaan, UNESA terus tingkatkan kualitas program studi pendidikan berstandar internasional melalui akreditasi ASIIN dan akreditasi AKAS. UNESA membuka kesempatan bagi seluruh kalangan dari beragam latar belakang untuk terus bertumbuh menjadi generasi berkualitas dan berwawasan global.
UNESA menyiapkan layanan akademik dan non-akademik. Yang berkaitan dengan akademik itu UNESA tidak hanya memberikan peluang kepada mahasiswa untuk mengembangkan potensi dirinya, tetap dalam bidang akademik saja atau hard skill saja, tetapi juga memberikan peluang kepada mahasiswa untuk mengembangkan dalam bidang non-akademik, soft skill-nya.
Aspek hukum, artinya apa yang dikerjakan oleh UNESA itu harus betul-betul punya dasar hukum yang kuat. Misalnya, jam perkuliahan, jumlah beban mahasiswa, jumlah beban SKS, itu kita buat aturan hukumnya yang pas. Sehingga apa kebermaknaannya bagi masyarakat, jika kami mampu melakukan pembelajaran yang berkualitas, tentu akan menghasilkan lulusan yang berkualitas.
Dalam bidang penelitian, UNESA terus berupaya untuk mengembangkan berbagai inovasi, baik di bidang pendidikan maupun non-pendidikan, untuk mengembangkan berbagai macam produk yang bisa dilakukan hilirisasi ke industri. Selain itu, UNESA juga mengembangkan Science Technopark, inkubator bisnis teknologi, untuk mendukung terwujudnya universitas yang entrepreneur. Dan dalam pemeringkatan, UNESA berupaya untuk terus meningkatkan kualitas sehingga dapat mencapai peringkat 500 World Class University.
Sehingga nanti harapannya UNESA punya satu konsentrasi khusus ya tentang hukum bisnis halal ini, baik itu S2 maupun S3. Insya Allah ke depan ya, sebentar lagi kita akan mulai ya mewujudkan ya program S2 dan S3 kita yang harapannya nanti ada konsentrasi tentang ilmu ini ya.
Tentunya bisa menjadi contoh buat anak-anak muda lainnya bahwa pendidikan itu penting, tidak hanya bermain bola, karena usia main bola itu tidak kenal waktu. Mungkin pada usia 24, 25 ada kejadian yang tidak diinginkan, pendidikan itu sangat penting.
Saya Rafika Amalia, alumni FBS UNESA jurusan Pendidikan Bahasa Jepang. Kuliah di FBS itu lengkap banget karena selain dosennya ramah-ramah, temannya juga asik-asik, lingkungannya asri dan tenang yang bikin kuliah saya itu lancar sampai dengan lulus. Dan juga kita diajarkan mengenai hard skill dan soft skill yang menunjang karir saya saat ini sebagai dosen pendidikan bahasa Jepang di Politeknik Pelayaran Surabaya dan juga penyiar di PT Jawa Pos Media Televisi.
UNESA, satu langkah di depan.
Sebagai universitas yang berdiri dengan basis kependidikan, Universitas Negeri Surabaya kini semakin mengepakkan sayapnya. UNESA berkomitmen untuk terus bergerak satu langkah di depan demi mempersiapkan putra-putri bangsa yang tangguh dalam menghadapi tantangan masa depan, sekaligus mampu menjawab tuntutan global. Memiliki 3 kampus di Jawa Timur yang saling terintegrasi, UNESA siap menjangkau berbagai kalangan untuk dapat menempuh pendidikan tinggi. Kampus utama berlokasi di Lidah Wetan, Surabaya, dengan 7 gedung utama, diantaranya Gedung Rektorat, Gedung Lembaga Pendidikan dan Sertifikasi Profesi, serta 3 gedung fakultas yang meliputi Fakultas Ilmu Pendidikan, Fakultas Bahasa dan Seni, Fakultas Ilmu Keolahragaan dan Kesehatan, serta Sekolah Pasca Sarjana. Kawasan Ketintang yang menjadi kampus tertua, terdapat 5 gedung fakultas yang meliputi Fakultas Matematika dan Ilmu Pengetahuan Alam, Fakultas Teknik, Fakultas Ekonomika dan Bisnis, Fakultas Ilmu Sosial dan Hukum, serta Fakultas Vokasi. Salah satu program yang terus dikembangkan adalah pembukaan multi kampus yang berlokasi di Kabupaten Magetan. Hal ini siap menjadikan UNESA sebagai universitas dengan fasilitas pendidikan tinggi terbaik.
Selamat datang di Universitas Negeri Surabaya. Kami dengan bangganya mengajak Anda untuk lebih dekat dan mengenal tentang UNESA. Kami terus berkomitmen tidak hanya menyelenggarakan pendidikan terbaik bagi tenaga pendidik profesional masa depan, juga sangat berfokus untuk menciptakan lulusan yang berkarakter, tangguh, kreatif, inovatif, dan mampu berkolaborasi pada siapapun, berbudaya yang humanis dengan spesifikasi yang unggul dalam hal seni, olahraga, dan pendidikan disabilitas yang komprehensif.
Selamat datang di kampus para juara Universitas Negeri Surabaya. Terus berbenah dan berprestasi, UNESA siap memberikan kontribusi terbaik dalam mencetak generasi unggul dalam bidang kependidikan dan kukuh dalam keilmuan. Wujudkan ekosistem belajar yang sehat. UNESA terus berupaya memberikan pelayanan terbaik dengan beragam fasilitas yang berkualitas, berskala nasional maupun internasional. UNESA terus berkomitmen memberikan pelayanan prima serta ramah bagi penyandang disabilitas. Didukung dengan sarana dan prasarana yang memadai, lingkungan yang kompetitif, serta terus bergerak wujudkan kampus konservasi dan ramah lingkungan. Mewujudkan otonomi perguruan tinggi yang mandiri, UNESA telah menjadi perguruan tinggi berbadan hukum sesuai dengan Peraturan Pemerintah Republik Indonesia Nomor 37 Tahun 2022. Keberlanjutan UNESA dalam penyelenggaraan pendidikan bermutu terus dikembangkan demi melahirkan lulusan yang kompetitif dan berdaya saing dengan pembangunan program studi sarjana kedokteran dan pendidikan profesi dokter. Lebih dari 1.900 jurnal ilmiah skala nasional maupun internasional karya dosen telah dipublikasikan. UNESA juga mencatatkan namanya dalam Museum Rekor Indonesia sebagai kampus penyelenggara kerjasama dengan 837 SMK se-Jawa Timur secara serentak sebagai wujud implementasi program Merdeka Belajar Kampus Merdeka atau MBKM. Telah terakreditasi A secara kelembagaan, UNESA terus tingkatkan kualitas program studi pendidikan berstandar internasional melalui akreditasi ASIIN dan akreditasi AKAS. UNESA membuka kesempatan bagi seluruh kalangan dari beragam latar belakang untuk terus bertumbuh menjadi generasi berkualitas dan berwawasan global.
UNESA menyiapkan layanan akademik dan non-akademik. Yang berkaitan dengan akademik itu UNESA tidak hanya memberikan peluang kepada mahasiswa untuk mengembangkan potensi dirinya tetap dalam bidang akademik saja atau hard skill saja, tetapi juga memberikan peluang kepada mahasiswa untuk mengembangkan dalam bidang non-akademik, soft skill-nya.
Aspek hukum. Artinya apa yang dikerjakan oleh UNESA itu harus betul-betul punya dasar hukum yang kuat. Misalnya jam perkuliahan, jumlah beban mahasiswa, jumlah beban SKS itu kita buat aturan hukumnya yang pas. Sehingga apa kebermaknaannya bagi masyarakat jika kami mampu melakukan pembelajaran yang berkualitas tentu akan menghasilkan lulusan yang berkualitas.
Dalam bidang penelitian, UNESA terus berupaya untuk mengembangkan berbagai inovasi, baik di bidang pendidikan maupun non-pendidikan, untuk mengembangkan berbagai macam produk yang bisa dilakukan hilirisasi ke industri. Selain itu, UNESA juga mengembangkan Science Technopark, inkubator bisnis teknologi, untuk mendukung terwujudnya universitas yang entrepreneur. Dan dalam pemeringkatan, UNESA berupaya untuk terus meningkatkan kualitas sehingga dapat mencapai peringkat 500 World Class University.
Sehingga nanti harapannya UNESA punya satu konsentrasi khusus ya tentang hukum bisnis halal ini. Baik itu S2 maupun S3. Insya Allah ke depan ya, sebentar lagi kita akan mulai ya, mewujudkan ya, program S2 dan S3 kita yang harapannya nanti ada konsentrasi tentang ilmu ini ya.
Tentunya bisa menjadi contoh buat anak-anak muda lainnya bahwa pendidikan itu penting, tidak hanya bermain bola, karena usia main bola itu tidak kenal waktu. Mungkin pada usia 24, 25 ada kejadian yang tidak diinginkan, pendidikan itu sangat penting.
Saya Rafika Amalia, alumni FBS UNESA jurusan Pendidikan Bahasa Jepang. Kuliah di FBS itu lengkap banget karena selain dosennya ramah-ramah, temannya juga asik-asik, lingkungannya asri dan tenang yang bikin kuliah saya itu lancar sampai dengan lulus. Dan juga kita diajarkan mengenai hard skill dan soft skill yang menunjang karir saya saat ini sebagai dosen Pendidikan Bahasa Jepang di Politeknik Pelayaran Surabaya dan juga penyiar di PT Jawa Pos Media Televisi.
UNESA, satu langkah di depan.
Sebagai universitas yang berdiri dengan basis kependidikan, Universitas Negeri Surabaya kini semakin mengepakkan sayapnya. UNESA berkomitmen untuk terus bergerak satu langkah di depan demi mempersiapkan putra-putri bangsa yang tangguh dalam menghadapi tantangan masa depan, sekaligus mampu menjawab tuntutan global. Memiliki 3 kampus di Jawa Timur yang saling terintegrasi, UNESA siap menjangkau berbagai kalangan untuk dapat menempuh pendidikan tinggi. Kampus utama berlokasi di Lidah Wetan, Surabaya, dengan 7 gedung utama, diantaranya Gedung Rektorat, Gedung Lembaga Pendidikan dan Sertifikasi Profesi, serta 3 gedung fakultas yang meliputi Fakultas Ilmu Pendidikan, Fakultas Bahasa dan Seni, Fakultas Ilmu Keolahragaan dan Kesehatan, serta Sekolah Pasca Sarjana. Kawasan Ketintang yang menjadi kampus tertua, terdapat 5 gedung fakultas yang meliputi Fakultas Matematika dan Ilmu Pengetahuan Alam, Fakultas Teknik, Fakultas Ekonomika dan Bisnis, Fakultas Ilmu Sosial dan Hukum, serta Fakultas Vokasi. Salah satu program yang terus dikembangkan adalah pembukaan multi kampus yang berlokasi di Kabupaten Magetan. Hal ini siap menjadikan UNESA sebagai universitas dengan fasilitas pendidikan tinggi terbaik.
Selamat datang di Universitas Negeri Surabaya. Kami dengan bangganya mengajak Anda untuk lebih dekat dan mengenal tentang UNESA. Kami terus berkomitmen tidak hanya menyelenggarakan pendidikan terbaik bagi tenaga pendidik profesional masa depan, juga sangat berfokus untuk menciptakan lulusan yang berkarakter, tangguh, kreatif, inovatif, dan mampu berkolaborasi pada siapapun, berbudaya yang humanis dengan spesifikasi yang unggul dalam hal seni, olahraga, dan pendidikan disabilitas yang komprehensif.
Selamat datang di kampus para juara Universitas Negeri Surabaya. Terus berbenah dan berprestasi, UNESA siap memberikan kontribusi terbaik dalam mencetak generasi unggul dalam bidang kependidikan dan kukuh dalam keilmuan. Wujudkan ekosistem belajar yang sehat. UNESA terus berupaya memberikan pelayanan terbaik dengan beragam fasilitas yang berkualitas, berskala nasional maupun internasional. UNESA terus berkomitmen memberikan pelayanan prima serta ramah bagi penyandang disabilitas. Didukung dengan sarana dan prasarana yang memadai, lingkungan yang kompetitif, serta terus bergerak mewujudkan kampus konservasi dan ramah lingkungan. Mewujudkan otonomi perguruan tinggi yang mandiri, UNESA telah menjadi perguruan tinggi berbadan hukum sesuai dengan Peraturan Pemerintah Republik Indonesia Nomor 37 Tahun 2022. Keberlanjutan UNESA dalam penyelenggaraan pendidikan bermutu terus dikembangkan demi melahirkan lulusan yang kompetitif dan berdaya saing dengan pembangunan program studi sarjana kedokteran dan pendidikan profesi dokter. Lebih dari 1.900 jurnal ilmiah skala nasional maupun internasional karya dosen telah dipublikasikan. UNESA juga mencatatkan namanya dalam Museum Rekor Indonesia sebagai kampus penyelenggara kerjasama dengan 837 SMK se-Jawa Timur secara serentak sebagai wujud implementasi program Merdeka Belajar Kampus Merdeka atau MBKM. Telah terakreditasi A secara kelembagaan, UNESA terus tingkatkan kualitas program studi pendidikan berstandar internasional melalui akreditasi ASIIN dan akreditasi AKAS. UNESA membuka kesempatan bagi seluruh kalangan dari beragam latar belakang untuk terus bertumbuh menjadi generasi berkualitas dan berwawasan global.
UNESA menyiapkan layanan akademik dan non-akademik. Yang berkaitan dengan akademik itu UNESA tidak hanya memberikan peluang kepada mahasiswa untuk mengembangkan potensi dirinya tetap dalam bidang akademik saja atau hard skill saja, tetapi juga memberikan peluang kepada mahasiswa untuk mengembangkan dalam bidang non-akademik, soft skill-nya.
Aspek hukum. Artinya apa yang dikerjakan oleh UNESA itu harus betul-betul punya dasar hukum yang kuat. Misalnya jam perkuliahan, jumlah beban mahasiswa, jumlah beban SKS itu kita buat aturan hukumnya yang pas. Sehingga apa kebermaknaannya bagi masyarakat, jika kami mampu melakukan pembelajaran yang berkualitas, tentu akan menghasilkan lulusan yang berkualitas.
Dalam bidang penelitian, UNESA terus berupaya untuk mengembangkan berbagai inovasi, baik di bidang pendidikan maupun non-pendidikan, untuk mengembangkan berbagai macam produk yang bisa dilakukan hilirisasi ke industri. Selain itu, UNESA juga mengembangkan Science Technopark, inkubator bisnis teknologi, untuk mendukung terwujudnya universitas yang entrepreneur. Dan dalam pemeringkatan, UNESA berupaya untuk terus meningkatkan kualitas sehingga dapat mencapai peringkat 500 World Class University.
Sehingga nanti harapannya UNESA punya satu konsentrasi khusus ya tentang hukum bisnis halal ini. Baik itu S2 maupun S3. Insya Allah ke depan ya, sebentar lagi kita akan mulai ya, mewujudkan ya, program S2 dan S3 kita yang harapannya nanti ada konsentrasi tentang ilmu ini ya.
Tentunya bisa menjadi contoh buat anak-anak muda lainnya bahwa pendidikan itu penting, tidak hanya bermain bola, karena usia main bola itu tidak kenal waktu. Mungkin pada usia 24, 25 ada kejadian yang tidak diinginkan, pendidikan itu sangat penting.
Saya Rafika Amalia, alumni FBS UNESA jurusan Pendidikan Bahasa Jepang. Kuliah di FBS itu lengkap banget karena selain dosennya ramah-ramah, temannya juga asik-asik, lingkungannya asri dan tenang yang bikin kuliah saya itu lancar sampai dengan lulus. Dan juga kita diajarkan mengenai hard skill dan soft skill yang menunjang karir saya saat ini sebagai dosen pendidikan bahasa Jepang di Politeknik Pelayaran Surabaya dan juga penyiar di PT Jawa Pos Media Televisi.
UNESA, satu langkah di depan.
Sebagai universitas yang berdiri dengan basis kependidikan, Universitas Negeri Surabaya kini semakin mengepakkan sayapnya. UNESA berkomitmen untuk terus bergerak satu langkah di depan demi mempersiapkan putra-putri bangsa yang tangguh dalam menghadapi tantangan masa depan sekaligus mampu menjawab tuntutan global. Memiliki 3 kampus di Jawa Timur yang saling terintegrasi, UNESA siap menjangkau berbagai kalangan untuk dapat menempuh pendidikan tinggi. Kampus utama berlokasi di Lidah Wetan, Surabaya, dengan 7 gedung utama, diantaranya Gedung Rektorat, Gedung Lembaga Pendidikan dan Sertifikasi Profesi, serta 3 gedung fakultas yang meliputi Fakultas Ilmu Pendidikan, Fakultas Bahasa dan Seni, Fakultas Ilmu Keolahragaan dan Kesehatan, serta Sekolah Pasca Sarjana. Kawasan Ketintang yang menjadi kampus tertua, terdapat 5 gedung fakultas yang meliputi Fakultas Matematika dan Ilmu Pengetahuan Alam, Fakultas Teknik, Fakultas Ekonomika dan Bisnis, Fakultas Ilmu Sosial dan Hukum, serta Fakultas Vokasi. Salah satu program yang terus dikembangkan adalah pembukaan multi kampus yang berlokasi di Kabupaten Magetan. Hal ini siap menjadikan UNESA sebagai universitas dengan fasilitas pendidikan tinggi terbaik.
Selamat datang di Universitas Negeri Surabaya. Kami dengan bangganya mengajak Anda untuk lebih dekat dan mengenal tentang UNESA. Kami terus berkomitmen tidak hanya menyelenggarakan pendidikan terbaik bagi tenaga pendidik profesional masa depan, juga sangat berfokus untuk menciptakan lulusan yang berkarakter, tangguh, kreatif, inovatif, dan mampu berkolaborasi pada siapapun, berbudaya yang humanis dengan spesifikasi yang unggul dalam hal seni, olahraga, dan pendidikan disabilitas yang komprehensif.
Selamat datang di kampus para juara Universitas Negeri Surabaya. Terus berbenah dan berprestasi, UNESA siap memberikan kontribusi terbaik dalam mencetak generasi unggul dalam bidang kependidikan dan kukuh dalam keilmuan. Wujudkan ekosistem belajar yang sehat. UNESA terus berupaya memberikan pelayanan terbaik dengan beragam fasilitas yang berkualitas, berskala nasional maupun internasional. UNESA terus berkomitmen memberikan pelayanan prima serta ramah bagi penyandang disabilitas. Didukung dengan sarana dan prasarana yang memadai, lingkungan yang kompetitif, serta terus bergerak wujudkan kampus konservasi dan ramah lingkungan. Mewujudkan otonomi perguruan tinggi yang mandiri, UNESA telah menjadi perguruan tinggi berbadan hukum sesuai dengan Peraturan Pemerintah Republik Indonesia Nomor 37 Tahun 2022. Keberlanjutan UNESA dalam penyelenggaraan pendidikan bermutu terus dikembangkan demi melahirkan lulusan yang kompetitif dan berdaya saing dengan pembangunan program studi sarjana kedokteran dan pendidikan profesi dokter. Lebih dari 1.900 jurnal ilmiah skala nasional maupun internasional karya dosen telah dipublikasikan. UNESA juga mencatatkan namanya dalam Museum Rekor Indonesia sebagai kampus penyelenggara kerjasama dengan 837 SMK se-Jawa Timur secara serentak sebagai wujud implementasi program Merdeka Belajar Kampus Merdeka atau MBKM. Telah terakreditasi A secara kelembagaan, UNESA terus tingkatkan kualitas program studi pendidikan berstandar internasional melalui akreditasi ASIIN dan akreditasi AKAS. UNESA membuka kesempatan bagi seluruh kalangan dari beragam latar belakang untuk terus bertumbuh menjadi generasi berkualitas dan berwawasan global.
UNESA menyiapkan layanan akademik dan non-akademik. Yang berkaitan dengan akademik itu UNESA tidak hanya memberikan peluang kepada mahasiswa untuk mengembangkan potensi dirinya tetap dalam bidang akademik saja atau hard skill saja, tetapi juga memberikan peluang kepada mahasiswa untuk mengembangkan dalam bidang non-akademik, soft skill-nya.
Aspek hukum, artinya apa yang dikerjakan oleh UNESA itu harus betul-betul punya dasar hukum yang kuat. Misalnya, jam perkuliahan, jumlah beban mahasiswa, jumlah beban SKS, itu kita buat aturan hukumnya yang pas. Sehingga apa kebermaknaannya bagi masyarakat, jika kami mampu melakukan pembelajaran yang berkualitas, tentu akan menghasilkan lulusan yang berkualitas.
Dalam bidang penelitian, UNESA terus berupaya untuk mengembangkan berbagai inovasi, baik di bidang pendidikan maupun non-pendidikan, untuk mengembangkan berbagai macam produk yang bisa dilakukan hilirisasi ke industri. Selain itu, UNESA juga mengembangkan Science Technopark, inkubator bisnis teknologi, untuk mendukung terwujudnya universitas yang entrepreneur. Dan dalam pemeringkatan, UNESA berupaya untuk terus meningkatkan kualitas sehingga dapat mencapai peringkat 500 World Class University.
Sehingga nanti harapannya UNESA punya satu konsentrasi khusus ya tentang hukum bisnis halal ini, baik itu S2 maupun S3. Insya Allah ke depan ya, sebentar lagi kita akan mulai ya mewujudkan ya program S2 dan S3 kita yang harapannya nanti ada konsentrasi tentang ilmu ini ya.
Tentunya bisa menjadi contoh buat anak-anak muda lainnya bahwa pendidikan itu penting, tidak hanya bermain bola, karena usia main bola itu tidak kenal waktu. Mungkin pada usia 24, 25 ada kejadian yang tidak diinginkan, pendidikan itu sangat penting.
Saya Rafika Amalia, alumni FBS UNESA jurusan Pendidikan Bahasa Jepang. Kuliah di FBS itu lengkap banget karena selain dosennya ramah-ramah, temannya juga asik-asik, lingkungannya asri dan tenang yang bikin kuliah saya itu lancar sampai dengan lulus. Dan juga kita diajarkan mengenai hard skill dan soft skill yang menunjang karir saya saat ini sebagai dosen pendidikan bahasa Jepang di Politeknik Pelayaran Surabaya dan juga penyiar di PT Jawa Pos Media Televisi.
UNESA, satu langkah di depan.
Sebagai universitas yang berdiri dengan basis kependidikan, Universitas Negeri Surabaya kini semakin mengepakkan sayapnya. UNESA berkomitmen untuk terus bergerak satu langkah di depan demi mempersiapkan putra-putri bangsa yang tangguh dalam menghadapi tantangan masa depan, sekaligus mampu menjawab tuntutan global. Memiliki 3 kampus di Jawa Timur yang saling terintegrasi, UNESA siap menjangkau berbagai kalangan untuk dapat menempuh pendidikan tinggi. Kampus utama berlokasi di Lidah Wetan, Surabaya. dengan 7 gedung utama, di antaranya Gedung Rektorat, Gedung Lembaga Pendidikan dan Sertifikasi Profesi, serta 3 gedung fakultas yang meliputi Fakultas Ilmu Pendidikan, Fakultas Bahasa dan Seni, Fakultas Ilmu Keolahragaan dan Kesehatan, serta Sekolah Pasca Sarjana. Kawasan Ketintang yang menjadi kampus tertua, terdapat 5 gedung fakultas yang meliputi Fakultas Matematika dan Ilmu Pengetahuan Alam, Fakultas Teknik, Fakultas Ekonomika dan Bisnis, Fakultas Ilmu Sosial dan Hukum, serta Fakultas Vokasi. Salah satu program yang terus dikembangkan adalah pembukaan multi kampus yang berlokasi di Kabupaten Magetan. Hal ini siap menjadikan UNESA sebagai universitas dengan fasilitas pendidikan tinggi terbaik.
Selamat datang di Universitas Negeri Surabaya. Kami dengan bangganya mengajak Anda untuk lebih dekat dan mengenal tentang UNESA. Kami terus berkomitmen tidak hanya menyelenggarakan pendidikan terbaik bagi tenaga pendidik profesional masa depan, juga sangat berfokus untuk menciptakan lulusan yang berkarakter, tangguh, kreatif, inovatif, dan mampu berkolaborasi pada siapapun, berbudaya yang humanis dengan spesifikasi yang unggul dalam hal seni, olahraga, dan pendidikan disabilitas yang komprehensif.
Selamat datang di kampus para juara Universitas Negeri Surabaya. Terus berbenah dan berprestasi, UNESA siap memberikan kontribusi terbaik dalam mencetak generasi unggul dalam bidang kependidikan dan kukuh dalam keilmuan. Wujudkan ekosistem belajar yang sehat. UNESA terus berupaya memberikan pelayanan terbaik dengan beragam fasilitas yang berkualitas, berskala nasional maupun internasional. UNESA terus berkomitmen memberikan pelayanan prima serta ramah bagi penyandang disabilitas. Didukung dengan sarana dan prasarana yang memadai, lingkungan yang kompetitif, serta terus bergerak wujudkan kampus konservasi dan ramah lingkungan. Mewujudkan otonomi perguruan tinggi yang mandiri, UNESA telah menjadi perguruan tinggi berbadan hukum sesuai dengan Peraturan Pemerintah Republik Indonesia Nomor 37 Tahun 2022. Keberlanjutan UNESA dalam penyelenggaraan pendidikan bermutu terus dikembangkan demi melahirkan lulusan yang kompetitif dan berdaya saing dengan pembangunan program studi sarjana kedokteran dan pendidikan profesi dokter. Lebih dari 1.900 jurnal ilmiah skala nasional maupun internasional karya dosen telah dipublikasikan. UNESA juga mencatatkan namanya dalam Museum Rekor Indonesia sebagai kampus penyelenggara kerjasama dengan 837 SMK se-Jawa Timur secara serentak sebagai wujud implementasi program Merdeka Belajar Kampus Merdeka atau MBKM. Telah terakreditasi A secara kelembagaan, UNESA terus tingkatkan kualitas program studi pendidikan berstandar internasional melalui akreditasi ASIIN dan akreditasi AKAS. UNESA membuka kesempatan bagi seluruh kalangan dari beragam latar belakang untuk terus bertumbuh menjadi generasi berkualitas dan berwawasan global.
UNESA menyiapkan layanan akademik dan non-akademik. Yang berkaitan dengan akademik itu UNESA tidak hanya memberikan peluang kepada mahasiswa untuk mengembangkan potensi dirinya, tetap dalam bidang akademik saja atau hard skill saja, tetapi juga memberikan peluang kepada mahasiswa untuk mengembangkan dalam bidang non-akademik, soft skill-nya.
Aspek hukum, artinya apa yang dikerjakan oleh UNESA itu harus betul-betul punya dasar hukum yang kuat. Misalnya, jam perkuliahan, jumlah beban mahasiswa, jumlah beban SKS, itu kita buat aturan hukumnya yang pas. Sehingga kebermaknaannya bagi masyarakat, jika kami mampu melakukan pembelajaran yang berkualitas, tentu akan menghasilkan lulusan yang berkualitas.
Dalam bidang penelitian, UNESA terus berupaya untuk mengembangkan berbagai inovasi, baik di bidang pendidikan maupun non-pendidikan, untuk mengembangkan berbagai macam produk yang bisa dilakukan hilirisasi ke industri. Selain itu, UNESA juga mengembangkan Science Technopark, inkubator bisnis teknologi, untuk mendukung terwujudnya universitas yang entrepreneur. Dan dalam pemeringkatan, UNESA berupaya untuk terus meningkatkan kualitas sehingga dapat mencapai peringkat 500 World Class University.
Sehingga nanti harapannya UNESA punya satu konsentrasi khusus ya tentang hukum bisnis halal ini. Baik itu S2 maupun S3. Insya Allah ke depan ya, sebentar lagi kita akan mulai ya, mewujudkan ya, program S2 dan S3 kita yang harapannya nanti ada konsentrasi tentang ilmu ini ya.
Tentunya bisa menjadi contoh buat anak-anak muda lainnya bahwa pendidikan itu penting, tidak hanya bermain bola, karena usia main bola itu tidak kenal waktu. Mungkin pada usia 24, 25 ada kejadian yang tidak diinginkan, pendidikan itu sangat penting.
Saya Rafika Amalia, alumni FBS UNESA jurusan Pendidikan Bahasa Jepang. Kuliah di FBS itu lengkap banget karena selain dosennya ramah-ramah, temannya juga asik-asik, lingkungannya asri dan tenang yang bikin kuliah saya itu lancar sampai dengan lulus. Dan juga kita diajarkan mengenai hard skill dan soft skill yang menunjang karir saya saat ini sebagai dosen pendidikan bahasa Jepang di Politeknik Pelayaran Surabaya dan juga penyiar di PT Jawa Pos Media Televisi.
UNESA, satu langkah di depan.
Welcome back to the first International Conference on SDGs for Sustainable Future 2024, hosted by Universitas Negeri Surabaya and fully sponsored by the Equity Program of LPDP. It's great to see you all returning to the main room after your break. I hope you had a nice chance to stretch your legs, grab a refreshment, and perhaps engage in some stimulating conversations in our breakout sessions. As we reconvene, I want to remind everyone to get comfortable and refocus their attention as we dive back into our exciting agenda. We have now our last but not least keynote speaker, Dr. Bagus Mulyadi, who will be talking about research trend of environmental science and renewable energy for the future of SDGs. We will also be inviting our moderator to manage the flow of the discussions. And this time we have Ms. Shelley Andari. Ms. Shelley, are you ready? The time is yours.
Okay, sure. Okay. Thank you so much, Ms. Cecile. And good afternoon and welcome to the International Conference on SDGs for Sustainable Future, or ICSSF 2024. And allow me to introduce myself. My name is Shelly Andari, and I will be guiding today's discussion. And we are delighted to have Dr. Bagus Mulyadi from the University of Nottingham, UK, as our keynote speakers for this session. And this is our second time to meet Dr. Bagus Mulyadi. Previously, we invited him on our previous conferences. Okay, so before proceed to the main agenda, Dr. Bagus Mulyadi is an assistant professor of chemical and environmental engineering at the University of Nottingham, UK, and he is also a member of Geoenergy Research Center and as the coordinator of UKICIS, where UKICIS is like research group, between UK, Indonesia, partnership with UK Indonesia, and it is like an vehicle for research and innovations in collaboration between those two countries. Okay, so Dr. Bagus, am I audible?
Hi, hello, Shelley.
Hello, hello.
everyone.
Nice to meet you. Yeah.
Meet you
Okay,
again.
so today's session, Dr. Bagus will focus on three SDGs, like mentioned before by Ms. Cecile, that is SDG number 11, Sustainable Cities and Communities, and also SDG 13, Climate Action, and also SDG 14, Life on Land. Okay, so Dr. Bagus, are you ready?
Yeah,
Okay, so the time is yours.
thank you. Thank you very much, Shelley, to the moderator and to participants that invited me to come here in your great university, albeit online. Good afternoon to you. It's still early morning here, so it's still dark in the UK, and I'm very privileged to be invited to talk about such an important issues. I got a PowerPoint slides to share for you guys. So I was very interested in joining this conversation, and I hope we do have conversation later on about such a great topics, and that is Indonesia's strategy to enhance its strategic education for the future of SDGs in higher education. Now, the term SDG is probably very familiar with you, as we are in the UK. The word has been the central focus of many grant applications, paper publications, conferences, research collaborations between Nottingham and her international counterparts, like in the US, like in China, in Middle East. We have a lot of collaborators everywhere in the world. The University of Nottingham itself is a research-intensive university. It's a Russell Group university. I have the privilege to join since 2017, 2018. And so I'm an assistant professor at Faculty of Engineering, and the breadth of my research encompasses many different fields of environmental engineering, chemical engineering, mechanical, geology, and so forth. And the word SDG is short for Sustainable Development Goal. And then the term sustainability is something that is, I think, Indonesia is yet to be literate in. And today, because this is the second time I've been invited to talk amongst you in UNESA, I would like to take a little bit more risk and would like to offer a little bit about my diagnosis as to why the very term itself is not living up to the task, and that is Indonesia as a beacon for sustainability. So this is my personal goal that has been articulated several times through various events that I have been partaking, both in the UK and Indonesia. And that is to have the image elsewhere in the world, that is Indonesia as the laboratory, the environmental steward, cradle for discoveries. Considering that we have so many advantages as a nation with 17,000 islands. Now, bear in mind that the country with most islands in the world is not Indonesia. It's Sweden, actually, with 240-something thousand islands. So Indonesia is barely the largest in terms of islands that she owns. But in terms of inhabited islands, we are number 2, second to United States. So that's significant. We have over 9,000, if I'm not mistaken, islands that are inhabited. But the special thing about Indonesia is that it sits comfortably within the ring of fires. And as I delved deeper into the realm of earth sciences in the past 3 years or 4 years, I started to understand the significance of Indonesia in terms of earth science, the Anthropocene, the anthropologic climate change research. But what's perplexing is the Indonesian geopolitical insignificance when it talks about sustainability. Even among my own students, for example, the word Indonesia has never been coined together with sustainability. And every time we have COP meetings, 26 in Scotland and then later on in Egypt and elsewhere, Indonesia has never been referred to as places where we get solutions. And that's quite perplexing considering the amount of peatlands that we have, the amount of volcano as a viable source for renewable energies. Everything from Indonesia oozes SDG solutions. So today's meeting is to find out about the strategy to propel Indonesia's higher education to undergird the development of the nation's SDGs, especially geopolitically. And I try to offer my diagnose in this because Indonesia is one of the largest, if not the largest, Muslim country in the world, perhaps the largest population-wise. And then so in the Muslim world, we see that there are prominent thinkers, at least before the 13th century. We have Al-Ghazali and others, and we still benefit from the contribution to science that these Muslim thinkers contributed to, especially in the field of mathematics. But the Muslim world has been quite silent after the 14th century. And this is not unique to Indonesia. It's also symptoms of Middle Eastern countries. So there's not a lot breakthroughs taking place in engineering, sciences, and mathematics. And you must wonder why. And the reason why mathematics is important because almost, and I will demonstrate it to you also later, how mathematics permeates all aspects of SDG-related sciences. Okay, so here's my research in the last couple of days, actually. So I came across this figure called Syed Naqib Al-Atas. And he mentioned the word adab, and which is not something that I encounter daily in the UK. We barely have this issue or concepts or issue in terms of trying to instill the sensitivity towards climate change and sustainability to our students. But Naqib mentioned about the loss of adab, and the symptoms that he offered as a diagnosis is whereby governance is now divorced from science in terms of the way governance is standing in front of, on top of evidence-based policies, for example. You see that the people, generally speaking, starts to act not in accordance with virtues, especially with justice. And we see that there's a divorce between intellectual minds and the way the country is governed. And the way the young people is portrayed as infantiles, as people who are incapable of thinking sophisticatedly, and people who are always just joking, laughing, and throwing memes around, and represented by the large majority of TikTok users. So what is wrong? And especially how we can strategize so that in the future, Indonesia is no longer seen as a country with loss of adab, but a country that is the beacon for sustainability. So there are several, to be precise, there are 4 concepts that I would like to offer today. And borrowing the terms that popularized by Naqib Al-Atas, the first one is the rule of law, Amar. And this calls for leaderships that understand the importance of following the rules, obeying the rules, so that the people can follow the example. Now, this is perhaps not something that I will delve deeper into because the whole scientific enterprise that can undergird SDG relies heavily on the culture of transparency, the culture of honesty. You cannot run science without the rule of law. If you get plagiarisms, if you get self-citations, the whole scientific enterprise will crumble, and you rely heavily on meritocracy. And this is something that I haven't seen manifested greatly in Indonesian higher education system. So for a moment, I would like to forget a little bit about the actual science. I'm talking about the culture of following the laws here. Now, I take it for granted that the UK system has gone through thousands of years of trials and errors. So we cannot compare Indonesian and the UK education system as it would be just comparing oranges and apples. So we had period of time when Oxford and Cambridge was still one of the few universities in the world, where they also were in search of their true purpose in the society. But we see now UK as a country that has the culture of standing up to the authority and beacon of scientific transparency, etc. So this is something that I want to see in Indonesia taking place that I think haven't. Now, another thing is hikmah, Nakib Alatas says. By definition, he said that to have hikmah or wisdom means to know the proper places of everything. So what does it mean, and how does this translate in higher education system? Now, this is a news piece from a couple of days ago, actually 2 days ago, and in which Prabowo, although it's not official, elect president, said that higher education academics are not sophisticated enough in terms of its breadth of expertise so as to see things comprehensively. So you will see people very limited to his or her own disciplines, unable to comment about many other things. Mathematician lives in silos, unable to comment anything about real engineering problems. Sociologists, for example, are unable to collaborate with their engineering counterparts. And I think this is something that I'm familiar also because I graduated from Indonesian universities. So, and then now that I am now an academic, I understand that the counterparts I have in Indonesia are still shackled by the so-called linearity or linearitas. So, of course, you're not able to talk about many comprehensive other things because the structure that you built your career upon does not promote that. There is no incentive for people in engineering to collaborate with people in math. There is no incentive for interdisciplinarity. The whole grant funding landscape is not built for that. And you now as a leader asking why full professors are unable to think comprehensively. Well, there's something really broken about the system that doesn't incentivize people to work interdisciplinarily anyway. So that's the example of hikmah, which I'm going to use a couple of my own research example to show you the significance of that in SDG. So another thing is ahli, experts, as a precursor for authority. And we see that there was a time when the ahli were included in the alim. For example, the governance was full with people with actual expertise. So the governance are filled with experts. You see that Iraq used to have foreign ministers during the Asia-Africa conference, where he himself is a technocrat with scientific backgrounds and advises policies. The UK chief scientific officers advises foreign policy. So when the UK talks on the global stage about climate change, about renewable energies, they know exactly the data. They know exactly what to talk about when it comes to reducing temperature increase below 2%, for example, 2 degrees of Celsius. We don't see this in Indonesia. We don't see the policies based on evidence. Let me give you an example. For example, this is something that I presented before. There are new works that you can take a look at my website to see, but this is just an illustration of what's going on in Toulouse. It's quite early in my career as an academic, whereby in 2002, there was a chemical factory that exploded. The pollutants contaminated the whole city. The first thing the Toulouse mayor did was to consult with the university. and they collaborate with mathematics department to try to envisage numerical modeling tools. This is something that you simulate with your computer to simulate the spread of the pollutants in seconds domain. The reason why it needs to be very quick is because you want to have a tool as a city mayor to evacuate people in the right direction should critical events like the explosion of the fertilizers factory or the terrorist attacks involving poisonous gas, which we have seen repeatedly take place. So this is what we did. This is what I did in France for about 2.5 years. Try to simulate the way pollutants disperses in a very, very short time. So I'm not going to talk a lot about the mathematics here, but that's the idea. And then what I was trying to offer is its implementation in the context of city in Indonesia. So I tried to offer this to Bogor University, city, collaborating with universities in the city. And they simply have no resources to implement this. People in the governance do not have the understanding to implement this. They don't use this yet as a basis for governance. I guess the question is why, right? Because if you want to understand the policies that can undergird sustainability in the city as dense as Bogor, and you want to implement, for example, the transportation electrification agenda, you have to understand the spread of carbon dioxide with or without it. If you want to promote the plantations of trees are carbon sinks, for example. Do we plant 1,000 trees? Do we plant it in the middle of the city? Do we plant it at the peripheral of the city? Everything needs to be evidence-based. Now, we don't see this taking place in Indonesia. So we see the divorce between ahli and the governance. And you see this also at the national scale where meritocracy is displaced by patronage also. So for a moment, we should look at ourselves and think about whether the problem truly lies in the scientific rigor of its academic or whether it is governed by something else. And today I take more risk and try to diagnose my own formula for Indonesia. Now, another thing is hak, and this is a very fascinating concept. And this is one of the words by which the Muslim refer to as God, the al-haq, for example. Hak is the word for hak, in Indonesian word hak, yeah. And which is a deeper root of word compared to the hak in the English context. So the word hak, yeah, hak dan kewajiban, in English is called rights, which means rights, as in the opposite of wrong. Hak also means right, but it's deeper than that. It means truth. But it's also deeper than truth. It means real. Now, real is an epistemological concept. Real means existing. So let me give you a deeper example, philosophically speaking. So the UK champions itself as one of the places where modern calculus emerged, the other places being Germany. We got Isaac Newton in the UK. There was a time when Isaac Newton was trying to grapple with the idea of God and existence before calculus was invented. And René Descartes, which is Isaac Newton's predecessor, was trying to understand whether God interfered with the world, whether God is extendable. Extendable means having length, having width, and having depth in Cartesian coordinate. And Newton, actually, if you read Principia, which is the publication by Newton that undergird the first, second, and third Newton law, there's a lot of sentences and phrases about God itself. So you'd be surprised. If you're an engineering student or mathematical student, you have to read its original publications. And Newton says that God is extendable, but not penetrable. So it occupies space, but it can be penetrated by other objects in space. So I can be in the same Cartesian coordinate with God because God is immaterial. But me, unlike God, is impenetrable. So I cannot occupy the same space with Shelley, for example. If I do, one of us would be gravely injured. Yeah. So you see that early scientists think about this a lot because they try to understand the position of the real world and whether it's worth pursuing. Now, this calls for the collaboration between values and science. So, especially in the context of SDG sustainability, this is where I don't think science is enough as a basis for epistemology to make people act. For example, why should you care about the environment? Why should the graduates of UNESA or Nottingham or Universitas Indonesia and others care about the environment? Where is it in science that there is this uniform call about the stewardship of the earth? No, it's not enough. Science does not talk about what ought to be done. Science talk only about how it is done. Now, the domain of ought is the domain of values. Now, all I'm trying to say here is this. We have the philosophical framework, being the biggest Muslim country in the world, to marry value and science. I mean, for God's sake, it is in Pancasila anyway that you as a country believe in God. And that also means that you respect the creation. But the collaboration between values and science has never been promoted, at least explicitly. And to make problems worse, it's never been demonstrated by the leadership as an example. Now, speaking about values of our own, I tried to dig deeper into the idea of Indonesia as a place where modern science emerged in terms of my own discipline, earth science. So I wrote in the conversation about how Javanese culture is the place where modern science in terms of earth science emerged. Around your area in East Java, in the village called Sangguran, there's no more village called Sangguran, but somewhere people predicted in the area between Batu and Malang, there was Sangguran stone inscription. And the position of that inscription is now in Scotland. It was excavated by Sir Thomas Stanford Raffles as a gift for his superior called Lord Minto now. Now it's the 7th generation of Minto. It's Timothy Minto now living in Scotland. So we got in contact with him, and as Indonesian has been in contact with him since 2003 at least, trying to repatriate that inscription. And people think that this is just nothing other than cultural heritage, something that oozes nationalism. It has to be repatriated and put in museum in Indonesia. But I see the reason why it hasn't gathered bigger national importance outside the realm of nationalism is because we don't really understand what the significance truly is. So if you look at Rijn van Bemmelen here, which is a very famous Dutch geologist living in the 13th century, 14th century, sorry. There was a time when international scientists, particularly geologists, were assisted by East Javanese, probably one of your ancestors, in trying to understand the Earth's crust. And then he, in his publication itself, says that the East Indies, which is including Indonesia, is the place where most discoveries when it comes to earth sciences took place. So what happens is that in the world of geology, the very valuable subdiscipline that is people talking about a lot is the Anthropocene. The Anthropocene geology trying to understand the epoch or the boundaries of time where people start to significantly alter the geological process. Why is it important? Because to understand the impact of Anthropocenic climate change, you have to understand how much people really interfere with the climate, for example. Now, the East Javanese, Central Javanese, Yogyakartan, has been grappling with Anthropocene from at least the 18th century. The way the society is governed in Yogyakarta is part and parcel with the geological process. So we know that the power in the social context in East Java is due to geological deities giving you the blessing for ruling the place. For example, the Sultanate of Yogyakarta, when they were first ascending to the throne, the first thing that the Sultan would do would be to offer offerings to the sea, to the volcanoes, and to the river. So we don't know this, but in the UK there is no such concept like that, and there's no such concept about the intermingling between societal governance and the geological process. There is no high enthalpic volcanoes in the UK. So, but still, the UK, at least in Imperial College, where I worked for a brief period of time, is places where you look to when it comes to understanding the Earth crust. I work in Royal School of Mines in Imperial College, and in it, there's a lot of rock samples, sandstone, limestone, carbonates. My publications is filled with earth sciences. And generally speaking, US and UK are seen as the places where Earth's modern sciences emerge. But the history was far away from that, Sangguran inscription, for example, and Puchangan inscription contains the crucial information about the change of governance from Pusindok to his predecessors, from his predecessor to Pusindok. In the vicinity in terms of time when Gunung Merapi was erupted. So this is very important for that particular reason, but we don't seem to understand that very deeply. So it calls for interdisciplinary collaborations. It calls for making use of the local wisdom that we have. Now, another thing that we overlook is the biomimicry, for example. This is my research in the last 2 years. People has been trying to understand how you can make buildings that can regulate its own humidity, drainage, and temperature exchange or heat exchange. Now, people in Africa or Indonesia are familiar with insects called termites or rayap. And people has been trying to draw wisdom from the way these sophisticated animals create buildings that can regulate its temperature very sophisticatedly. To understand the way termites build their structures, you have to borrow the science from geology, because this is what I did that has never been done before. Me, not just me, but with my colleagues. And that is to draw the wisdom from earth science to try to tackle fluid mechanics problems in the context of termites' nests. And then, I don't know if I can play this. I don't think I can. That's fine. So by using the earth science methodologies, we're trying to extract out simulations of temperature changes, fluid flow to promote ventilation within the termites' nest, and drainage system. What we found is that the termites do not just build their structures randomly. They build their pore structures in a way that it facilitates this thermodynamics process in the most optimal way. Now, there are meaningful statistics in a way that they build their structures that can be implemented in human buildings very straightforwardly. You can make synthetic bricks using 3D printing, for example, that make use of these statistics. You don't have to make a house that looks like termites' nest. Nobody wants to live in a house that looks like that. But you can make the house that have the same surface area, to some degree similarity in porosity, permeability. These are terms that are very ever present in earth science that can be readily implemented in human life. But you draw the wisdom from nature. And to do that, you have to employ interdisciplinary concept from earth sciences. I don't see research like this taking place in Indonesia, not least because of the disincentive from the funding landscape to make people even interested in doing stuff like this. But albeit one of the easiest things that I implemented in the papers that I published, this is the most impactful one in terms of its reach to the global population. It was cited by the Volkskrant, New York Times, Le Monde, and other major newspapers because it has new understanding. It offers new understanding about how the world works. These are the type of research that will get into the science journal or nature journal. If you are the most prominent mechanical engineers or the most prominent electrical engineers, it is highly unlikely that you can create breakthrough over-encompassing collaboration work without collaborating with people of other disciplines. So the new Nobel Prize is not going to be found by physicists working in silo. The new Nobel Prize is going to be found by people working in collaborations with their other disciplines. Now, unless and until the Indonesian education landscape starts to incentivize its scientists to work cross-disciplinarily, you can forget about having significant influences. Most importantly, to bring it back to our topic, you can forget about cultivating Indonesia's great advantages in tackling SDG-related problems. So we're talking about sustainable communities, we're talking about climate change. These are SDGs issues. Not one in one of these tons of SDGs issues where people can contribute in silos. You talk about geothermal research. I mean, to understand what the new hotspots, the geologists has been spending their entire career to do that. But then the moment you go to bank, the first thing that the bank asks you will be when should the money returns to us. So you have to simulate that and collaborate with computer scientists, with mathematicians, with chemists. And to promote that within the society, you have to collaborate with sociologists. And that's just one simple problem, and that is geothermal problems. Forget about the economists, right? Because geothermal exploration enterprise is very front-ended. That means that you need banks that can borrow you a large sum of money, but very low interest and return over a very long period of time. And many, many other problems. Indonesia talks a lot about electrification transportation. And I work to some degree in the field of energy storage. Battery, for example, battery is porous media. You talk about iron phosphate, lithium, lithium ferrophosphate, for example. Lithium ferrophosphate is very unstable when it comes to its cathode structure. It's promising, it's very promising, but there's a lot of interest being done when it comes to the integrity of the cathode. And that calls for collaboration from material scientists, from mathematicians. And this isn't straightforward, but again, unless and until Indonesian can work interdisciplinary, you can forget about being the major player in the battery industry. Forever, you will be customers. The biggest battery manufacturers now is China. You have to speak the same language, and then Indonesia has great advantages in that the scientific enterprise actually grow in places where there is values already emerging. We are a nation that believes in God, but we never really understand the derivation of the values from our belief to make us contribute in the solution of real problems by marrying values and science. And it's never been implemented at the large scale. So that's my analysis a little bit. And there's a little research about peatlands and geothermals that if you're interested, you can take a look at my my website or homepage to see my latest publications. So many research other than termites and geothermal that Indonesia can play a major role. But everything calls for all of those four concepts. Now, before I wrap it up, I want to call for collaborations by scientists and academics from UNESA to work with us. The UKCS, as Shelley mentioned quite in the beginning, is the university consortium consisted of Nottingham, Warwick, Coventry, ITB, IPB, UI, and IPB. And it has seed funding by LPDP. It funds 15 research right now at a total value of 45 billion rupiahs. And because we produce so many papers, unlike other scheme that LPDP offers, we are likely to ask for emulation of this scheme, but with much larger value. And that leaves room for UNESA to take place. And you're a very big university, so I'm looking forward to collaborating with you. And look at our website if you're interested about what we're doing. Now, to sum. So I think the answer to the enhancing SDG strategy in the context of higher education calls for the regaining of adab. I put it in italics because it's not an English word. It is in fact now an Indonesian word. So you already understand what it means, even without being able to articulate that etymologically. We need to start acting in conformity with virtues of justice, and we need to live according to submission to command and prohibition. And for that, we need our leaders to show examples as to how we live in concordance with the values of justice. Scientific enterprise cannot survive without a culture by which integrity of science, transparency, meritocracy are held in high regard. We need to start valuing ahli, the experts, and to understand that expertise or competence is the precursor to authority. Not once, this is a political year. When I was in Indonesia, I see a lot of posters, people trying to get themselves voted as the legislation members or as presidents. And the very common terms that they try to market themselves has never been anything to do with competence or expertise. They market themselves as people who are the most honest, the most down to earth, merakyat, the most straightforward, the most hardworking. It's never about the smartest, the most competent, the most expert. It's never about that. It's time for the graduates to start talking about being experts as a precursor to authority. And we need to understand wisdom, and that is to know where things are placed properly. And for that, we have to employ interdisciplinarity, because you won't know where to put things in their proper places without collaborating with people from other disciplines. And that's very, very true. And another thing is we have to dig deep into our own values, because God, as understood by the majority of Indonesian, calls for collaboration between values and sciences. Because God is truth, it is real, not just truth, it is real, meaning it is extendable. It exists and it occupies the Cartesian coordinate, the physical world that we live in. And the physical world is governed by physics. That is the epistemology of things that exist. So a religious man or woman have to be drawn into physics. They have to like physics and not to see it as deviating from the virtues of godness. So I offered my analysis here and tried to make us think a little deeper about our own values in strategizing our own existence in the world of SDGs. Another thing is that this is really not important, but there's another thing that we are trying to contribute to Indonesian higher education system. We are a host of ISMA. So I put this very last minute because I heard in the introduction video that UNESA has vocational school. We are proud host of ISMA in the last 2 to 3 years, and looking forward to welcoming you at Nottingham. Well, thank you so much. I hope I'm not way over the time allocated, and I'm very happy if there's any discussions or questions. Back to you, Shelley.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Bagus. So it is quite interesting because Dr. Bagus already invited us to think and to review the SDGs problems and solution, not only in the scientific perspective, but also from Islamic perspective, I think. And I can mention before from Dr. Bagus explanations here. So actually there are 4 kinds of wisdom that we can highlight. The first is Amar, the second is Ahli or expert, the third is Hikmah, and also Haq. So when we try to connect all of those points, actually the solution is it's actually on the nature already. So when the government also support the researchers to conduct research interdisciplinary to create breakthrough. So it is the huge support from the government, from a country, actually to provide the solution for SDGs. And I can conclude that actually Indonesia, like Dr. Bagus mentioned before, that Indonesia is a rich country with all of its diverse, with thousands of islands, and it's still the second biggest country which inhabited, right, Dr. Bagus? And I think this is our asset and our potency that we have to learn more. We have to understand more about how it works. Okay, so we proceed to the next agenda. It is like question and answer session. So there are already 2 questions from Mr. Danang. So the first question is that what is the biggest challenge do educators face in implementing a global education curriculum of SDGs, and how can these challenges be addressed effectively? Okay, so please, Dr. Bagus.
Thank you, Shelley. I don't believe that you should ask people to display virtue necessarily in a way that, oh, Indonesian people or academic has to be kind and nice to try to promote issues like sustainability at the global stage because they are nice people, because they are religious people. I don't believe in the virtue of making people do things on the basis of kindness. I don't mean that I don't believe in kindness, caring about the planet, etc. The biggest challenge has been the lack of incentive. Incentive is the thing that drives people the most, at least at individual level, that manifests itself in a collective level into becoming a country that leads issues in SDGs. The biggest challenge in Indonesia is that academics are not incentivized to work on this issue, much less to work on this issue collaboratively. To work in interdisciplinary context to tackle SDG problems, you need funding. Funding bears risks. So if I have a lot of money and I want to fund research in geothermal, to achieve genuine solution, I need to call for collaborations by all of these disciplines I mentioned in my presentations. Collaboration is part and parcel with risks. The more collaborative it is, the bigger the risk would be. So if I have the money, most likely I will lose the money to fund this type of research. But if I fund research in just pure mathematics or just pure mechanical engineering, I will have less risk. So that's the problem. Unless and until we have a government that understands that you have to start funding research that is high risk and high gain in nature, you will never be able to address the biggest challenges because the biggest challenges are interdisciplinary in nature. So that's the thing. This is not a problem that is unique to Indonesia. Even in the UK, we still have these problems, and we're still trying to understand what motivates people from working to work together. So that's one issue that I would like to highlight. Another question is I'm looking at the dialog box. Is it true that the next question is how student can be involved in shaping the global education for
Yeah.
SDGs?
Mm.
The students has to be put in the university that has global mindset. That's number thing. If academics are driven by incentives, students are going to be, because not all students aspire to become lecturers. Okay, most of them will aspire to become the best engineers, and most of them will aspire to become businessmen or businesswomen, and only a fraction that I know aspire to become academics. So you have to create a university that cultivates global mindset. These students have to go out there, raring to go and to collaborate with people from different countries, because then you can have strengthening of your own values. For example, you can boost international exchange with foreign universities, so that the students can be involved in exchange of values immediately. That will motivate them to work towards solutions of SDGs. There is a saying in the UK, I will paraphrase it for the context of today's discussion. If you want changes, the closest thing to action is not expertise, it's not understanding. The closest thing to action is your value, is your morality, is your mood, is your feelings. Students, because they are younger than us, are more capable in feelings things. And then the older you are, the more blunt you are to acting based on your feelings. The more wise you are, the more you base your actions on your expertise and calculations. But students have no risks. They have no family yet. They don't have mortgages. Students act on values and feelings alone. So to solve SDGs, you need highly motivated young people because they are idealistic in nature. Now, to make them becoming a potent force behind SDGs, you have to indulge them in exchange of values, and that is by increasing your international exposure. So that would be my two takes on the questions.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Bagus, for an outstanding presentations, and also, like I mentioned before, that we learn a lot for this session, because Dr. Bagus not only provide us with a science perspective, but also Muslim and also historical aspect, of course. And thank you so much, Dr. Bagus. And for the last session, will be token appreciation from UNESA. So please, the committee, kindly to show the certificate. Okay, thank you, Dr. Bagus.
Thank you. Thank you for the certificates and the privilege of joining you. Have a good evening to all of you and all the very best. Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, so this is the end session of the third session. I would like to give this part to Miss Cecile back.
Yeah, thank you, Micheline. To each of our esteemed keynote speakers, your insights, your wisdom, and dedication have inspired and enlightened us. Your contributions have been invaluable in shaping the conversations and driving us towards enhancing a strategic of environmental sciences and renewable energy for the future of SDGs in higher education. Likewise, our moderators have played a pivotal role in guiding our discussions, ensuring they were informative, engaging, and inclusive. After this, we are going to begin our parallel session. For our parallel session, please proceed to the assigned breakout rooms. On your bottom right corner, you will see there are 4 breakout rooms that you can join according to your schedule. Please refer to the program book that we have already distributed in the WhatsApp group as well as in the chat box on Zoom. In the breakout room, you will be welcomed by moderators who will be in charge of the flow of the presentations. If there are any questions, please do not hesitate to chat on Zoom so that the committee can assist you. You are also welcome to join other rooms once you are done with your presentations. Once again, we'd like to extend our sincerest gratitude to our co-hosts, especially to the Equity Program by LPDP, whose contributions have been instrumental in shaping the success of this conference. To all participants, thank you for your active engagement, thoughtful questions, and meaningful contributions throughout the conference. It's been an honor and a privilege to serve you as your Master of Ceremony. Stay safe, stay inspired, and have a good presentation session.